Welcome back, guys. Captain Kuba here. I messed up my intro. How's it going, guys? Captain Kuba here, and welcome to another members hangout, God of War hangout, whatever I'm calling this. I don't really know. I forgot to turn on my light, and you know what? It's gonna stay like that for now. How are you guys? Welcome back. As you guys know, this is something I used to do a lot back in the days, just hang out with my members. It was back when God of War got announced in September. I would just open up my Discord and just talk to them for a little bit, you know, let them express their theories. There's not that many people here, and that's mostly has to do because I didn't give them enough time in advance to be here. I forgot. I didn't forget. The idea of doing this stream just came to me yesterday. I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna do it since I haven't covered any rumors in a while, and I haven't really done a live stream. I'm gonna, you know, slowly ease my way into streaming with another members hangout. So here I am. I do apologize to my members for not doing this sooner. Tomorrow I will be announcing a new streaming schedule on my second channel, Kuba's Gaming Bunker. So if you're interested in knowing how I'm going to stream, what I'm going to be streaming, just go to my second channel. But yeah, this is a God of War hangout, and thus we shall hang out. I'm going to let Lego speak first because I'm pretty sure he was here first, and he has to go to work at 6. He still has time, but still, you know, like maybe he has to do other things. What's up, Lego? Hey.
What's going on?
Okay, can you do it for me? It's right there. Just the other light. Okay, give me a sec. Oh, no,
You gotta put up your stream quality, Cuba. You gotta turn your lights on.
Yeah, all right. Let me turn on the other one.
Gotta up the stream quality.
All right. Well, yeah, it wouldn't be a Cuba stream without something just going wrong. It's just it can't happen. Yeah. How you been, Lego?
Yeah, I've been alright. I'm incredibly tired. I have to go to work at 6 and work until 12 o'clock.
Wait, work at 6 until 12?
Yeah, I have to work
AM?
until 12 a.m.
Dude, that's brutal. I mean, it's not as brutal as doing the night shift, but that's still pretty bad.
It is the night shift in quotation marks. That's for the theater. It's night shift.
What do you mean the night shift? Night shift is the
We
graveyard
close
shift.
the theater at 11 o'clock.
Okay, no, but it doesn't count. A night shift is
It
when
does
you
count.
it's
What do
when
you
you're
mean it
working in
doesn't count? It
at
does
2 a.m.
count.
and
You
stuff.
can't say it doesn't count when we close the place at 11 and we get done by 12.
Wait, what did Corey say? Fuck this fucking guild.
It's about Roe v. Wade.
Ah, okay, yeah, everybody's just losing their marbles right now with that, and rightly so. It's insane. Yo, Daniel, thank you so much, man.
I got some very cool things.
You got some very cool things.
I got like Funko Pops for Doctor Strange. Nice.
What do you mean? Where? What are you talking about?
I got like a Captain Carter Funko Pop for Doctor Strange.
From the theater?
Yeah, not from the theater, but from like GameStop.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, I haven't really. I might honestly just not get rid of my collection if you guys can see. Can you guys see it in the back? I don't think you guys can. Anyway, I might not get rid of it, but I don't know. I might just bring back a green screen instead of the background. But anyway, man, what do you want to talk about? How's it going, man?
I want to talk about my growing curiosity about Sony's marketing for this game.
The way you said that, man, like you were ready for this. Like my growing curiosity about the strategy for this, it was so corporate.
I don't know what they're doing. Okay, we've seen them, like they would go out of their way to market Horizon, right?
Yeah.
And they won't do a single ounce for God of War. Yeah, we got the accessibility features. We got like if you turn up the brightness on it, you can see a new armor.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. We got new like,
yeah, it's things that we had to go out of our own way to find out. Like the whole armor thing, it wasn't something we were meant to see. It was something
and
that
it's like the new clip of Atreus talking. He doesn't sound too good in that. He sounds like a 2-year-old child.
Yeah, what the hell is up with that? I don't
know. I don't know if they just like butchered the audio quality when they were making it, or if that's actually how he's gonna sound now.
That's the one thing that kind of threw me off. Like he looks and just sounds a lot younger. Okay, let me address the chat real quick. Guys, you can still send super chats. I'll read them whenever I get a chance, like in between conversations with the people I invite over in Discord. Or if I don't get to them at that time, I'll just read them at the end, okay? But thank you, Daniel, for the super chat. So what were you saying, Lego?
Just saying, like, how does like a 17-year-old, is he like, let's say he's like 17, sound like a 6-year-old child?
Yeah, I was happy with how he sounded in the
Yeah,
September trailer,
in September.
but
And then
now
they,
it's just he sounds weird and his face looks rounder as well. I don't know what happened.
yeah, I don't know what they did.
Yeah. It's not the graphics per se. I know people complain about, oh, it looks like a PS2 game. It's not that. It's just that there's something off about that Atreus clip. The Kratos one looked nice. I think it looked pretty good, in my opinion. Um,
And another thing, I know Emil's gonna scream at me for this.
Who?
He's another Emil. He's another member.
Mm.
The game looks too dark to me. It
Too
looks
dark?
like it's dark. I can't see. I can't see the game.
yeah.
I don't know why. It's just it's probably my eyesight just being like awful, but I really can't see.
Hold on, look. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, Daniel also gifted 5 memberships.
5 memberships?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
So it's like Twitch. You can like give people memberships.
Hold on. What is?
You can ask them, but I'm pretty sure that means like 5 people can become members if they claim them.
Wait, what? That's
Yeah.
a thing?
Yeah.
Oh wait, Lego. Okay, Lego. Explain it because you were about to explain it.
It's like Twitch. You know how you can give Twitch subs?
No.
So you can actually pay to give people memberships.
You pay
So-
to give
And
people
you bought people's memberships.
Oh my God! Gifted 5 Captain Cuba
Yeah,
memberships.
he gave 5 people a membership to your channel.
So I have to allow the gift now, right?
Well, you already allowed. So like,
no, I
if
haven't. Allow gifts. Choose whether others can gift. Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm allowing.
yeah, it gives them a free month of membership.
Dude, Daniel, why'd you do it, man? That's so nice of you. Thank you so much, though. that's insane. That's beyond like super chats. Like, here, become members for Captain Cuba. That's super awesome, man. Thank you so much. I thought it was when I read the thing. I thought it was like, oh, he has been a member for 1 year or something, like one of those notices you get. But this guy just gifted a bunch of like memberships. That's Daniel. You're the best, dude. You're the best. Thank you so much, man. Let me get out of the chat here because it's gonna make it look weird. But I didn't even know YouTube had that now.
It was with the new update.
It's a
They,
new
like,
update. I am so not ready to be a YouTuber, man. I'm never on top of this. Like, what's new now? Anyway, oh, God of War is trending.
Got us some things to ask you. What did you think of Doctor Strange?
Doctor Strange. I liked it. I don't know what people were complaining about. I get the whole thing of like there not being too much of a multiverse aspect to it. It was only a little bit at the beginning, but then they kind of just stopped. But
Yeah.
I don't know. It didn't bother me as much. I like the characters. I like the whole premise of Scarlet Witch being a horror villain, just following Doctor Strange around. It was super cool. I loved it. It was. I would honestly say it's my top 5. It's in my top 5 Marvel movies of all time. It's. I don't know. Maybe I'm putting it.
Too high for some people's ratings, but
Yeah.
like for me, I'm gonna agree. I loved the movie. It was nice. It was
Yeah.
simple.
Yeah, John Ford tweeted when the movie came out. I was like, oh, it was a 5 for me. I'm like, why? I was genuinely curious as to why people didn't like it. I can get sometimes when people don't like certain things, but that movie I didn't get. I'm like, I thought it was good. The effects were good. It was all
The
good.
CGI was incredible.
Yeah.
I like the VFX and everything.
Yeah,
Sam Raimi did an incredible job directing the thing.
yeah, it was good. Yeah, I hope we see more of him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they're gonna let him go so easy again.
What do you mean so easy?
After Spider-Man, I think I can't remember which one he made. It was either 2 or 3. They just let him go. After that, they just like,
Yeah,
you
well-
can just do whatever you
Well,
want.
that was Sony back then. It's not really Marvel.
Yeah,
It was
but now Marvel's really taken over everything
Yeah,
with
yeah.
the movie
True.
aspect.
Yeah. I mean,
Besides Morbius, I mean, sold more billion tickets.
my God, that was just hilarious how they brought that movie back from the dead just to beat it some more. Like, no, you're.
They re-released it in theaters. And then
It would be
sold-
so funny if they bring it back again. I've seen the memes like, oh, guys,
I've
bring
seen-
it back again. We were busy that weekend. Just bring it back.
I've seen the signing thing where it's like, guys, bring it back. The petition.
Yeah,
We were all busy working.
exactly. Yeah. But yeah, I guess I'll let someone in talk. You can stay in. Like, we'll we'll circle
Yeah.
back around. I don't think there's that many people today, although the number is increasing now. But you can stay in. Let me ask you something, Lego. Can you kick people out without my permission? Like if you know that guy that has been making more accounts on the Discord, like the idiot's still a member, you know, but
Yeah, I can do that.
you can kick him out. Okay, all right, I don't have to make you.
Like in the discussion, only you can do that, but like regularly, I mean, like,
Okay, all right.
yeah, but like
Okay.
as
Yeah.
they're sitting in the audience, like, yeah, I can do that.
Okay, all right. I can just and if I click move to audience, I would be moving you to the audience, or is it me?
You would be moving yourself, so I'll go to the audience.
Yeah, but how do I move people to the audience? I need to have that at least.
You can try and right click on me, see if it says anything.
Move to audience. Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
that's
there
it.
you go. Move to audience.
All right, Lego. Thank you so much for stopping by, dude. You can stay in and just we'll talk.
I'm just gonna
again.
be chilling.
All right.
I got nothing to do for 6 hours. All right,
Thanks,
see
man.
you.
Later, man. All right, I'm gonna let in Yuri, Jogger of Rats. What the hell? Jogger of Rats. Hello.
Hey.
Hey, man. How you doing?
Hello, am I good?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, right.
How you been, man?
Okay, I'm good. I'm very good. How are you?
All good, man. All good. Just
I'm
nice
very good.
hangout since I haven't done one of these in a while.
You have been on vacation or something, or at least on the channel on vacation?
Can you repeat that?
Have you been on vacation?
Uh,
Like holiday?
in a way, I kind of just moved away from streaming in general. I just became too burnt out, if I'm being honest. I was streaming 3 times a week, and it just became too much for me. And I wanted to focus more on the uploads and coming up with a schedule as to what I was gonna do in the channel. So I just took a break and just put all that time into fixing the channel. I got a new channel art, the new intros that a lot of people seem to like. So I took all that time and just put it into the channel. But yeah, it's been nice overall. Just a nice break.
Trying to get like centered or something for
What's
the
that?
upcoming season. Trying to get centered for the upcoming season, the Ragnarök season.
Oh, the Netflix show?
No, the game's coming out soon.
Oh, I thought you said
think-
season. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, season. The
that's
content
why.
season.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to do this thing, because right now it seems like there's a lot of like hype around it, and I didn't want to make a news video. I'm tired of making those because it's not really news. It's just a rumor, but it all stems from this guy called the Snitch. Let me see if I find it. And he just posted this thing, and apparently it's binary code for I can't find them now. Anyway, let me see. So apparently it's binary code that says 30, and I just wanted to get your opinion on that. Not yours, like I mean yours, obviously everyone's opinion, right? What do you think about that?
Yeah. I think it's kind of cringe. If you wanna
Kind of cringe.
Yeah, it's kind of cringe. Yes.
Okay.
If you want to leak something, I think you have to be open about it and just say like, I
Well-
think the 30th there's something gonna happen.
Well, I mean, I don't find it kind of cringe. I get it. He's just teasing it, and maybe he doesn't want to get in trouble by officially confirming what's going to happen. What I want to talk about this guy is that apparently he has been getting a lot of things right in the past. He predicted The Last of Us, the remake announcement thing. He's been right about the state of plays. He's been right about a lot of things. It's not like the other guy, Roberto Serrano. This guy actually knows his stuff. But my question is, what does he mean by 30 exactly? Is it we're gonna get something June 30th, or the game is gonna come out November 30th? I don't. That's the thing I'm not too sure about.
30, yeah, it could be a date. It could be like maybe something from the game,
Hmm.
which has some relevance.
Yeah.
I don't know. To be honest.
What do you think? We'll see.
I think I have no idea. I'm gonna be honest. I
You have no idea. Yeah, I've kind of given up on. I'll be honest. Like I'm kind of tired of just predicting Sony's plans. Like they've been so
Yeah.
unpredictable. Like Lego said, how they're doing the marketing for this game is just weird. I don't understand it one bit. This is the game that's gonna sell the most for them, and it just feels like they're not really talking about it. I mean, hopefully they start now, but I don't know.
I agree, but you have like also the optimist viewpoint that's like Sony is like a multi-billion company.
Hmm.
I'm sure they know what they're doing. Yeah.
No, yeah, that's kind of my view. It's despair mixed in with acceptance. I get it. I don't know when they're gonna show the game. That's the despair part. I don't understand this, but I have to trust them. They're a business. They know what they're doing. They do research on these things. I really do think it had to do with The Last of Us. I feel like they wanted to push The Last of Us before God of War, because I don't know. We have to be honest. God of War and The Last of Us are kind of similar games in the sense that they're both narrative-driven games experiences, and maybe they didn't want to release The Last of Us after God of War Ragnarok because it wouldn't, sell as much because it's just a remake. It's not like a sequel or anything, right? So maybe they want to get The Last of Us out before they release God of War Ragnarok, so they moved it, and then the God of War marketing just got pushed back a lot more. But yeah, you there? Hello? I think we might have lost connection. Okay, you can. Are you there? I think I saw the mic thing move. I think we just lost connection. Are my headsets still on? Yeah, because usually sometimes they just turn off. I guess I'll let in AJ now. AJ, my resident Kratos voice. How you doing, man?
What's up?
How you been?
Oh my God.
Wait, hold on. Is Leo here? I feel like I want to let you, both of you guys in. I thought I saw him for a second.
He was in here, but he's not anymore.
How
He
dare
got
he?
intimidated. He got intimidated by me when he saw me in the chat. He's like, "Oh no, it's AJ." Oh, he's back in.
He's back.
There he is.
He's back in. Okay, all right. We have to do this. Hold on. Leo, you gotta ask permission to talk. That sounds weird, but you gotta. Is it little hand? I think it's request.
Speak, boy.
There he is. All right. We got a Last Spartan and Kratos face off. Let's go. I always like doing these things. I don't know, I have so much fun with this. How you doing, Leo?
I'm good, man. I'm actually at my job. Yeah, so I can't really get too loud, I'm on. It's like we're actually on break, I just had to come through for this.
What do you do, if you don't mind me asking?
I work as an audio visual technician, so I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of just in an office, watching you on YouTube while also looking at another laptop. I just monitor. I literally just monitor, and yeah, I was watching anime before this though. But yeah.
Nice. Well, I don't want to get you fired, so I'll let you. Are you just in to listen, or do you actually want to talk about something?
Dude, I could talk about something really fast if you'd like. I've actually seen a lot of God of War news come up recently. So
Yeah, I feel like everybody has. Yeah, I feel like I just got AJ just kicked out of his own time to talk. I just invited Leo all of a sudden. I'm sorry.
You did this to me.
You became the third wheel so fast, dude. I'm so sorry. Leo, if you don't mind, I'm gonna talk to AJ first, and then I'll swim back at you. Okay?
Got it. Can I do a Kratos real quick?
Go for it, man. Go for it.
Boy. That's it.
That's it. There you go.
All right,
Thanks, man.
Yes.
So what's up, AJ? How you been? You back at back home?
Yes, my Wi-Fi doesn't suck anymore, so that's cool. If you hear me, so there's a lizard that crawled in here, a big lizard. I'm in Florida, so if you hear me scream at any point, it's because it crawled on my leg or something. I don't know where it is right now.
I don't know. I see those Florida clips of, Floridians having to deal with crocodiles. I'm like, how do people live in that state? You live with dinosaurs. You live with dinosaurs, okay? Let's be honest.
They're called old people, Cuba.
Yeah,
That's very disrespectful.
I don't get it, dude. And they're so not afraid of it. I saw that video of the golfer just tapping the crocodile's tail so he could go in the water. Like, dude, what the hell? I don't know if it's in Florida, but how the hell, dude?
Have you seen that one video where the dude, there's a crocodile or an alligator on the road, and he just picks it up by the neck and just throws it into the water? Yeah.
And lately I saw this old dude hitting a crocodile with a saucepan thing, just bong, 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 going, dude, what is this place. I don't understand, dude.
Yeah, no, it's wild.
I visited Cuba once, and we went to this place where they just kept a bunch of crocodiles in one place. It was like a zoo, but for crocodiles only. And if you paid them like $5, like you would get a stick that had a pig's ear on it, and then you would feed the thing. And I did that, and I'm just thinking, oh man, what if my dog falls in that somehow? Like my stupid brain just went like, what if my dog falls in that? There's no way I'm gonna save him. I don't know. I'm not jumping in there. Like I'm just rationalizing me not saving my dog. But anyway, what's up, dude? How you doing? What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, so I screamed when Lego said that he wanted to talk about the marketing because I wanted to talk about the marketing. Which,
Everybody wants to talk about the marketing. What the hell?
because in its current form, it doesn't exist. But
no, it does exist. It's Captain Cuba and John Ford. What are you talking about? That's the marketing. That's it.
that's what you were hired on to do. You do work for the game, damn it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, because I'm trying to think, I think they're marketing how like Bethesda used to market. So like if you look at Fallout 4 specifically, it was a countdown, and it played a trailer, and then it says, yeah, we're gonna be showing it off at E3, because that was back when E3 was.
Wait, hold on. Isn't Fallout 4 the one that came out a couple months after being announced, or was that
Right.
Fallout 76?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So like they showed like a 30-minute gameplay demo during the summer, and they were like, it's gonna release in November.
Right.
So I think I don't know. I think Santa Monica might try and do something like that.
Okay.
I think it's gonna be a Christmas game.
Okay.
I do. I think it's gonna be like December 10th at the latest.
Okay.
It just makes sense in my mind. Like, that's Fimbulwinter, and then it's gonna release.
I mean,
for
I
all
don't think
the
they do
keys.
release dates by game lore and stuff, but
Well, no, I know, but like it seems very much like a Christmas blockbuster game,
yeah, no, it's bound to sell a lot. But I always bring up this Hogwarts. What do you call that? Yeah.
Oh, Hogwarts Legacy.
Yeah, when does that game come out? December. We know it's December 2022, but we don't really have a fixed release date. I always go to this thing of Guerrilla releasing their games like close to better open world games, and I kind of apply. I don't know what's the curse with Guerrilla and Horizon, man. Like the first time it was Breath of the Wild, and now it was Elden Ring. Man, it can't catch a break. But that's when people say that God of War Ragnarok is gonna release in December. That's kind of what I always point to. Is like Hogwarts Legacy comes out in December as well, and there are reasons to believe that this game is not gonna sell as much, because apparently Konaruki told me that there's a lot of controversy regarding the creator of Harry Potter and the LGBT or something. I don't even know. I don't really follow that. But she says that maybe it won't sell as many copies, right? So maybe they will release God of War alongside Legacy of Hogwarts. But if it wasn't for that controversy, I think it would be suicide for Sony to release that. We have to be honest. Harry Potter is a much bigger IP than God of War.
In movies, I don't think it's the same for games.
True, I guess.
Because God of War,
it's like Spider-Man, dude. It's like whenever that game releases, it just people go hog wild for it. They just go out of their way to buy it.
Yeah, but see, I feel like we've known about God of War Ragnarok for much longer than Harry Potter.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like the fan base for God of War Ragnarok is way bigger than Hogwarts Legacy right now. Because we don't even know if it's going to be, good or bad or whatever. With God of War Ragnarok, there's that preset where we've played the first game. We know what the story's about.
As long as they don't fuck it up,
characters.
they just add more better things. Like they should be okay. Yeah.
It's funny that we talk about that I mentioned Fallout 4 because when Fallout 4 came out, Rise of the Tomb Raider, it was competing with that. It came out the same day as Fallout 4. And that poor game was swept under. It got annihilated
it's
by
sad
Fallout 4.
See, out of the two games, I went and got Rise of the Tomb Raider. That's more of my game. I love Uncharted and narrative-driven games.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's suicide when companies do that. It's like, we'll put him up against Fallout. But that's kind of my biggest concern with God of War. Like I hope if they release it in December, I hope it just doesn't get buried under Harry Potter. But again, I'm not a marketing strategist, strategician. I don't know what it's. Hey, whatever. I just don't know anything about that. I just talk here pretending to know. But,
Yeah, they gotta have something soon, man. The time is running out. Like
Yeah.
it's already over half the year is gone already.
That's the thing that really pisses me off. It's like, oh yeah, it's coming out in 2022. TikTok. It's
Yeah, they keep mentioning it, and it's
the
like
year's ending. I don't know what you're talking about. It just
the marketing team better haul some ass. Let me
Yeah.
tell you.
it just feels weird. I don't know. I remember the marketing for God of War 2016, and there was so much excitement. Maybe it's because they had something to prove. Like it was a new concept they were trying for the series. But dude, they had like the Lost Pages podcast. They had a lot of things, and now it just seems like I don't think they're gonna do any of that. It's just not gonna be as interesting. But
Yeah.
right now, I'm just glad Corey's back on Twitter. He's back to trolling. That's just it brings me some level of happiness.
There's someone in general chat who's like, Corey misspelled totally on Twitter. It has to mean something. He's too smart for that. I'm like, no, I think he just
The
misspelled.
first time
totally.
when Corey came back with the dots, this guy tagged me. Look, I did the math, and I'm like, dude, I think this is not right. And another guy jumped in. What are you talking about? He did the math. I'm like, guys, you're assuming the answer, and then you're just going out of your way. Why exactly divided by 2? Why not divided by 5 or something? Why does it have to be divided by 2? All right, it's stuff like that I don't get these calculations. Like, what are you guys talking about? You take the 1, you add 3 because God of War 3 came out on March 3rd. Like, what are you talking about? You lost me, okay? And this comes from the guy who used to make insane theories. But yeah. All right, man. I guess I'll let someone in for now. You can stay in. I'm going to tell that to everyone. You can just stay in, and then I'll swing back at you, okay?
All right, nice to talk to you again, man.
Take it easy,
See ya.
man. Bye. All right. Anhad, what's up, man? I'm going to let you in because I honestly don't know what time it is where you live. I know you're in India, but you might have to go to sleep soon. It might actually be nice for you right now. What time is it there, Anhad?
It's 10 p.m.
10 p.m. So it's nice enough. You're going to go to sleep soon?
I sleep at 6 a.m. So yes.
So you have a very messed up sleeping schedule.
Yeah, man. I actually left college, so I'm free all the time.
What do you mean you left college? Did you go to Spain? I know you were thinking about moving to Spain, right?
Yeah, I'm moving to Europe, Czech Republic actually.
Oh, you changed? What did I even get it right? I think I just got it wrong.
I'm shifting in September actually.
September. Okay,
Yep.
that's nice, man. So what are you doing?
How are you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man.
Just wanna hang around, talk to you. How's it going, man?
It's going good. I've been enjoying this little break, from streaming, just working on the channel, just the usual.
Yeah, man. I miss the streams, honestly. Like, one of my questions for today was, I really miss playing with members. So is there any way it's coming back?
Yeah, it's coming back. I do want to change the memberships around. I know I mentioned the Patreon thing, and I really do want to do Patreon. But a lot of my members, Lego, they really like the badges next to their names. It's not just Lego. I think it's a lot of you guys, because I get it. Like, you want to have that recognition that you've been supporting me for so long, right? So what I'm thinking of doing is changing the memberships. I'm gonna add memberships for my second channel, and in that channel is the only perk you get is just playing with me every once in a while. And for my main channel, it's gonna be like members only live streams. So what I want to do is do members only live streams on my main channel. Like, have these things where we talk. It could be the reaction videos to, I don't know, the men who broke God of War. And on the second channel, I would do like streams and play with you guys eventually. Right now, there's just not any games for me to play. I don't see any games that I want to play multiplayer wise.
FIFA.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here with your FIFA.
No, man. I understand. I fully understand, because gaming has been really dry recently. Like, after Elden Ring and everything, I don't see myself playing any new games.
Yeah, it's just there's kind of dry. Daniel comes in with a super chat. You gotta keep the memberships. I want to keep my 2-year badge. That's what I mean. It's something
That's sort of.
It would feel like a dick move if I just got rid of that, right? So I have to just change around that. The real scary thing about that is that if my YouTube channel gets deleted or something, it just all of my sources of income just go with it, right? That's the real scary part. So
Yeah, I understand.
yeah, so
So I had a suggestion. Like you're saying that you're gonna start like a Patreon. Can you do both of the things like at the same time? Like you have the Patreon and you have the members thingy as well at the
yeah,
same
no,
time,
I
so people
could.
can choose.
I could, yeah, but okay. So one of the perks you get as a member on my main channel is access to my Discord, and that's
Yep.
such a cool perk because it's tied with YouTube itself. Discord knows if you stop being a member, essentially, right? So they would kick people out if they haven't paid their memberships. Um,
Yeah.
you don't really get that with Patreon, right? So my goal is just to make it less messy for me, right? I don't want to have like too many memberships. Right now I wish I could have like the badges and the Patreon. That way I could have all of my memberships in one place. I don't like the idea of having memberships on my main channel, on the second channel, and a Patreon on top of that. It's gonna get too messy, right? So for now, I'll stick with the YouTube memberships.
That's really cool, man.
Mhm.
So my main question for today was I actually wrote this down. So a lot of people in the community are really like getting attracted towards leaks and rumors. It seems like people are really desperate for something from Santa Monica, myself including, but certain people again, including myself, have just like decreased their hope and aren't really bothered by any more leaks or rumors.
Oh yeah.
Like in the server itself, I get labels that I'm a party pooper or something, obviously jokingly. But I want to know your thoughts on the situation. Like, are you
Oh,
hyped
I'm
or are you expecting
I'm
something?
I'm pretty much the same way as you. One of the new things I've done now that kind of really has insisted on is me getting away from Twitter to some extent. I deleted it from my phone because it became too much. People tagging me on like every single leak or rumor, right? And I
Yeah,
couldn't handle it anymore. Like this is no longer fun. This is not how I used to. This isn't Cuba God of War fan from 2010. That Cuba was like,
yeah,
oh, cool, they showed something, and but now this Cuba is like, God damn it, like when are they gonna show something? Like I get into this like mentality from the community, right? That it's like they always want something. I'm like, no, you know what? This is just a game. I'm gonna have to start treating this like a game, okay? Even though it's essentially how I make my living, but I have to detach myself a little bit from it, and so what I'm doing is I'm only
yeah.
trying to get excited when there's actual news, because people are just taking the name of God of War for clickbaits, right? That
Yes.
I fucking hate Roberto Serrano. Like that's one of the guys I really hate now. Like he comes up with these bullshit.
Me too, man.
Yeah, it's like, oh, it's gonna be here, but if it's not, it's because of this. Like, great, way to put it in the unfalsifiable realm.
Yeah.
Like I hate that so much, right? This
Yeah, me
snitch,
too.
the guy, it's guy who has more of a credible source. But even with him right now, I'm trying to temper my expectations. I don't know what the 30 means. I don't know if it's an actual, proper assumption to think that it says 30, right? I don't know. I really don't know, right? So maybe it'll be June 30th, or maybe it's a release date for November 30th. I don't know anymore, right? So,
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Because myself, I'm not letting myself into that realm again because I don't want to be disappointed again. I have taken that shit too much.
yeah, no, my advice for the God of War community right now is
Just a second, I want to cut you off. Email and Lego, listen to this.
what?
Because they have been calling me out for pooping the party or something. Like, I'm not hyped or I'm like doing this. So listen this from Cuba. It's like himself.
Yeah, listen to a hat, and Harasi says, "Listen to me," okay? But yeah, my advice for you guys is to detach yourselves a little bit from the game. We don't know if we don't know if this game is gonna be the greatest of all times. We don't really know. It's a game at the end of the day, right? And just play other games. Just have fun with something else. It doesn't even have to be something new. I recently went back to playing Dead Space because of the whole Callisto Protocol thing and Dead Space
Yeah.
remake. And I just played Dead Space 1 on my own. Every night I just played a little bit, and I had so much freaking fun. It was nice to be disconnected from God of War for a little bit. Just play another game, right? Like that's don't. I don't know. Like these articles are just
I'm
getting
happy,
tired.
man.
Yeah, I'm really tired of the rumors and all that. It's just. I
Yeah,
don't know.
me too.
Someone
It's
asked,
been
"Is it
very
delayed
depressing.
again?" I mean, it might honestly get
Yeah,
delayed.
it
I
is
don't.
delayed.
That's my thoughts right now. I don't care right now. I don't care. Maybe.
By the way, if it is delayed to 2023, you win the bet. Like me and you had a bet. Like if it releases in 2023, I give you $1,000.
See, I don't even remember the bets I'm keeping here. Like I have one with John
Exactly,
Ford. I
man.
think I
It's
have
been
one with
too long.
Midgard Chronicler now. I might it might be wrong. I don't know. It's just I have so many bets that I don't really know. But yeah, sure. I'll take those $1,000. No problem.
All right. So you saying it's gonna delay?
No, I don't. That has always been my thoughts since I played the game. Like, oh, the next one is gonna come out in 2023. It seemed normal to me. I don't know, but then they came out with the 2020-21 release date, and in the reaction video, I'm like, what? No fucking
I remember.
way. So I'm slowly getting closer to my original prediction, which was 2023. I've always said March 2023. That's always been my go-to thing. But Santa Monica keeps insisting that it's 2022. So I really don't know anymore.
Yeah, I totally agree. Did you see the new membership, like PlayStation Plus?
Yeah, I have premium.
Damn.
I
So
don't
I
think-
just want to let this out. Like, I'm not blaming Sony or anything. So it just straight up said that you guys can't afford good internet, so we're not gonna get you the premium one. We're just gonna get you the deluxe one.
What is the deluxe? I'm confused.
So premium.
Sony just
is
needs
like,
to fix this whole UI completely. I'm so lost whenever I go to the PlayStation Store. I don't know exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm PlayStation Plus Premium exactly. So
Yeah.
So
So
I get-
that
I-
means PlayStation Plus
Mhm.
and PlayStation Now both.
yeah,
So
I
you
don't
can
know.
stream games.
Yeah, View Classics. I'm looking at it now.
So there are basically three, like essential. It's like the normal one, which we have been getting like throughout the years.
Yeah.
The new one is like the second one is the extra. So you have this catalog of games, like 100 plus games,
Mhm.
and some of the classic games like PSP, PS1, and PS2.
Yeah.
And then you have the premium one. So in the premium one, you get to try new games, like trial for certain games,
Mhm.
and everything else. And plus the PS Now, like you can stream God of War 2, like all the previous games. You can stream it, not download it.
I guess like the best thing they have going for themselves is the game trials things. But the other one is pretty much the same thing. Like when you play PlayStation 2 games, you still have to stream them. It's the same bullshit as PlayStation Now. You still can't download them, right? And I don't even see
Yes.
God of War 2 or 1. I guess I'll have to look for it. But
They have the original Resident Evil to download, the original one.
yeah, but that's because it was
So
a
certain
remake for
games.
PS4. Yeah, some of them are because they were released for the PS4.
Oh no! So original one, not the remastered one. The remake.
original
Not the
original?
remake. Original one. So yeah, so they have a catalog for downloadable, like classic collection, and one side they have this streaming
see.
one.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
The downloadable one, yeah, the downloadable ones are
But
quite.
okay, that's right.
bad.
These are games that it's not necessarily that they're backwards compatible. These are games that Sony re-released for PS4. That's why you're able to download them, right? Otherwise,
Oh, yeah.
they would let you download all of them, right? I'm looking at them now. There's a Toy Story one. There's not that many. It's just I don't know. Siphon Filter.
Yeah,
I might play that. I heard it's
that's
really good.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, but okay. Do you think we're gonna see a God of War trial for Ragnarok?
I think so because I see Horizon Zero Dawn, like the new one on it.
Okay. I think it would
Because
be.
I really hope so.
I really think it would be a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, because like the amount of like the opening sequence of God of War has been like the coolest. Like we have the Colossus fight, then we have the Poseidon
yeah,
fight,
they
and
they always
the
go
opening
all out.
sequence
No, I
for
got
God
it.
of War. Yeah,
Yeah, they always go all out.
yeah. Yep. I would be excited to play.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna let someone in. I'm gonna have to keep a timer here because I really don't know how much time I'm spending. I'm gonna try
Yeah.
to be as equal as possible. But yeah,
No problem, man.
yeah, stay in. We'll swing back if we have time. Okay. Thank you for stopping by, dude.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Take
actually
care,
gonna let,
man.
Yeah, take it easy, man. I'm gonna let Martyr might die actually. How you doing, man? How is the huge ass God of War collab going, man?
It's going good so far. I mean, at the moment, it's just people who are finishing up their stuff and just sending it to me. So,
Did David Jaffe finish his role as Odin?
yes, he has.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, by the way, how's my audio quality?
I'm
When I
gonna-
spoke with... Oh,
I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. I think you're a little bit too low. Say something?
gotcha. Hello.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, because when I spoke to David Jaffe, he was a good host. They're like, oh, your mic's good, your mic's good. I went back. My mic was horrible. So-
Something I was gonna ask. I don't know if you do things differently. Do you have like a voice modifier? Because your voice sounded completely different when you were talking to David Jaffe. Is it something you changed, or are you doing a voice? I'm just curious now. Is it something you...
Definitely not. No. Basically, with me, I have a slight speech impediment.
Oh,
with
okay.
L's and R's. Yeah, so people think, like, sometimes it's different. It's really just like the words I'm using, more or less.
Okay. I got you. Okay. Maybe it was because of this the mic quality, as you said. Like it sounded different, but yeah. How you doing, man?
Doing good. So, I'm not really particularly interested in hopping in and saying, oh, I think it's gonna, we're gonna get a state of play in June 30th or something.
Gotcha.
I came here because I have 3 theories for you. But
Three
I'm not
theories.
gonna take much time, so you get to choose which one.
Okay.
And each, I think you'll disagree with.
I saw
probably.
you talking about the mysterious mural bird. I'm not talking about that because I'm saving that one for myself.
That one I think is complete. I think no one can have any clue about that.
Oh,
I think there's a few
I
options.
have a clue.
Oh,
I have a clue.
The mystery box, you've got it.
Yeah,
Behind
I've
the
got it,
sheet.
man. I've cracked it.
Well,
Well, what are the theories you want to talk about?
So the 3 options you have, and you can choose one, is 1, Boulder blew the horn, 2, Faye killed the giants, or 3, the Jotunheim mural is actually representing 2 to 3 people.
The Jotunheim mural is representing 2 or 3 people. You mean the guy who's dead?
Yes.
So you want me to pick one of the 3s to talk about?
Yep. So I don't want to
Okay,
take too
so
much of your
I know
time.
your position on the whole Balder blew the horn thing. I completely disagree with that. Let me see. Okay. I'm curious to see. I also saw you talk about Faye kill the giants. I'm interested in hearing that because
Right.
it really is a mystery that the giants are dead. I don't really understand why they're dead. So why do you think Faye killed them?
So basically, we have to understand the setup for Jotunheim. Our duo gets there, and they don't immediately jump to the conclusion that the Aesir killed the giants. So it's left a mystery.
Yeah.
You wouldn't say, oh, the butler found the knife to who killed the mistress, when the butler is the killer.
Sure.
And you just wouldn't, address it. So it's obviously not the butler. It's not the Aesir. And there's a sort of a timeline disparity I've seen, or something like that. Not in terms of like the realms, but in terms of kind of the timeline of events before the giants die.
Okay.
So, do you know in lore and legends when it's mentioned that Faye basically goes on her journey? It's not stated, but like Corey says it in his interviews. Oh, she leaves before we do, before she dies, and travels the same path that we did.
Yeah, to mark the way. Yeah.
Yep. So after she returns from Jotunheim, Trey says she's visibly depressed. She's like hiding tears, more or less. So we can more or less take that to her having seen the giants dead.
Yeah.
And you see, here's the thing. If, let's throw out just an idea, Thor killed the giants, alright? Why then, after finding the giants dead, would you, number 1, damage a part of the mural? Because I think the damaged part of the mural, the Ragnarök part, I think it's very obviously damaged. Nothing in Jotunheim even looks similar. Why would you damage a part of the mural and then cover it up with an illusion when the murderer of the giants would have already been there, if not for Faye being the murderer?
I'm not following on that part. I'm confused. So you're saying Faye murdered the giants and then hid the mural?
Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to say is if Faye didn't murder the giants and the Aesir did, or some other entity killed the giants, that she would have arrived there, found the mural, and the mural itself would have already been pretty much out in the open. I think I think it's pretty obvious, more or less, that Faye cast the illusion on the mural. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it seems like it belongs to her set of powers. It doesn't seem like something Odin will do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, if she put an illusion on the mural, why would she do that? If, let's say, Odin killed the giants, he would have already seen it. So it doesn't make sense. As to
I
why...
see your point. Yeah, like,
Okay.
what's the point of hiding the mural? I gotcha, yeah.
Yeah, so that's more or less what kind of my theory stems from. That and we have the, the sort of poem that Atreus says to Faye when she's dead. She's like, oh, lo, there do I see my mother and my father and whatnot. In Lore and Legends, it's expanded on, and it's in reference, the actual poem in terms of like...
Yeah, it's a Norse thing, like an old...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's originally like it's more or less like a Viking poem about Valhalla.
Okay.
And it's changed up in Lore and Legends to more or less be like, oh, those who have died the glorious death are in like the land of peace or something like that. Roundabout, paraphrasing. But and then all about the giants and Fae. The giants is basically saying, oh, our guardian will turn to us, when the champions arrive and whatnot. So I think basically the situation is with Jotunheim is, like, in terms of motive, it's very speculative because we know barely anything about Fae and we know barely anything about the giants in terms of, like, their plans. So I'm not at all saying, like, oh, well, I have evidence for the motive. Absolutely not. The mural makes no sense if she didn't do it.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you. Right now, it's my favorite theory about what happened to the giants. I see it as the most likely one because I made a theory a while back about... Essentially, my theory was that, when we go to Jotunheim, it's Jotunheim from the past or something, that Ragnarök has just happened or something, right? But I no longer believe that theory. It makes it too convoluted, right? And Faye killing the giants, although it doesn't seem like her, there's other supporting things that might point in that direction. I think in the novel, it says that Faye was arguing with the giants in the mural. Like, when you see her talking to the giants, it's not really talking. She's arguing about something. So at least we know that there was tension about something. And I actually think it has something to do with the bird in the mural, actually. But so we see that tension already there, right? And it also symbolically be interesting if Faye killed, like, her own kind the same way her husband did with the Greeks. That's kind of how I see it from a story perspective, right? Like, oh, that's interesting how both of Atreus' parents essentially became, killers of their own pantheons, respectively, right? So, I don't know. I really don't know what to think about the giants anymore, but that would be, like, one of the best theories at the moment, yeah.
I've got a few bets on it.
You got a what?
I've got a few bets. Midgard and me have a like a $25.
Oh, Chronicler. Okay.
Yeah.
Bro, what is up with the God of War community and just making bets? I have a bet with John Ford. You have a bet with Chronicler now.
You guys started. I have a bet with someone. I have $100 bet that Jormungandr dies 10 hours in.
So you think Jormungandr's gonna die?
Yeah, it seems pretty obvious to me. I think because okay. Oh, I should have brought this up too. So this is a kind of a small thing.
Okay.
So do you know of the in movies the what's it called? There's a certain phrase, but basically, in movies, in films, if you see a loaded gun in a film,
it has to be shot. Yeah, I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, good. All right.
Yeah.
So we see, we see Jormungandr in the ice, right? And the ice is preventing travel to other realms because if the ice wasn't there, you could, more or less.
Okay.
Because the ice is what's stated in the novel to just prevent the bridge from moving.
Okay.
So, if Jormungandr breaks out of the ice, like a gun being shot in the movie, because he's in there, he's going to come out, that enables travel between the realms.
Okay.
So whatever would make him leave is what would allow us to leave Midgard. So I think the very moment, when we are attacked by Thor and Jormungandr comes to our aid, the ice breaks.
Okay.
That's when we can leave Midgard.
Yeah, that's. I feel like I think I said that in my top 10 top 10 Ragnarok boss battles or something, that the snake is gonna break out of the ice and fight Thor midair or something. Like that's one of my predictions. With Jormungandr, I feel like he's one of those characters that might die just given the prophecy. Like both him and Thor die in Ragnarok. So I do think he is gonna die. Another character I think it's gonna die is Brock. I don't know why. I have a feeling that Brock is gonna die. And
I disagree.
you disagree? Oh, you know what? Let's bet on it. You know what? Let's fucking bet on it.
Sure, I'll bet high on this.
You'll bet high?
$50. $50. 100? Want to go 100?
Okay, hold on. So $50. I'm not even sure if this is legal at this point. Like I'm just running like a booking thing. Just like I'm betting with John Ford and now with you. Let's see, $50.
So I bet $50 that Sindri dies.
You know what? Wait, Sindri dies?
I bet $50 Sindri dies. You can bet $50 Brock dies. If they both die, we lose nothing.
No, both of them can't die because they're. If we're assuming that it's gonna be the same way as God of War 2018, they're the ones who level up our weapons. I don't think both of them are gonna die. I think one of them is gonna die, and I think it's gonna be Brock.
Well, yeah, I'd agree that at least just one dies. So basically, let's okay. Do we agree on the bet before I say my reasoning?
So $50, Brock. You say Brock doesn't die, and I say Brock dies.
Yeah, sure. I'm good with that. Well, if everyone dies, I'll bet that Sindri dies, and you can bet that Brock dies.
Okay.
And if we're both right, we lose nothing.
All right. So yeah. So they're bets in the positive. Like you're betting something. You're not just betting. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'm only betting that in case, because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna win with John Ford. So if I lose with you, I'll just take that money and give it to you. Okay? 'Cause I'm not really losing anything. With John Ford. I'm 100% positive that I'm gonna win that bet.
What's your bet with John Ford? I forget.
The man in the mural is Tyr.
Oh, okay. So are you betting that he is Tyr?
That he's Tyr. Yeah.
Oh, to be frank, I have some like theories about the mural and whatnot. They're mainly hopes. The evidence definitely seems to be in line with Tyr. So you're probably gonna be correct on that.
Oh, I got those $50 in the bank, baby. But yeah. Okay. So quickly give me your reasons, and then I'll move on to someone else. Okay.
Yeah, you know the story where Brock almost dies and Sindri goes to save him. Like,
the Alpha. Yeah.
Think about the thematic, the story, like the punch to the gut to Brock. That would be, my brother could save me on the verge of death, but I couldn't save my brother.
I mean, sure, okay.
And then you see like this hardened dwarf who like always like hides his feelings, cry and whatnot.
For me, it's the other way around. I think that we expect Brock to survive because he's the tough one, right? But we don't expect Sindri to, right? So I feel, but maybe you are right that it's gotta come full circle. Maybe he has to learn about what Sindri did for him, right? So maybe it's gotta come full circle. I'm sticking with Brock. I'm still gonna say Brock is gonna die.
It would make just as more sense if Brock dies and Sindri just casts.
Yeah,
away,
the way I see that scene play is that Brock dies, Sindri gets pissed off and literally, see, it's the character development thing. Literally gets his hands dirty by picking up a bloody weapon or something, and he swings at Thor, and he only makes a little cut, and then Thor pushes him away, right? But we all cheer for Sindri, yeah, you go, Sindri. Freaking Thor. That's kind of how I see it, right? So when it comes to these things, a lot of predictions just come down to wishful thinking. We're like, oh, this is what I would wish it happened, right? So who knows? Maybe none of them will die.
Yeah. Maybe everyone dies and we lose nothing. Who knows?
Everyone dies, man. Yeah. All right, man. I'm gonna let someone in now. Okay, you can stay in and we can talk later. Okay.
Sure. It was weird talking with you.
Take it easy, man. Bye.
See.
All right, and Boogie, how you doing, man? I think you're muted.
Hello?
You should be good now. What's up, man?
I'm good, man. How are you?
All good, man. All good.
Good. I just restarted my membership today.
Oh, so awesome, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man. How's everything been with you?
It's all good. Just, hunkering down, waiting for a reveal. Something.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I'm pretty much at the same place as you are. Like, I've seen all of the rumors and stuff coming around, all the articles that people are talking about. And, at this point, I'm just pretty much like, until I get something official from Santa Monica, then I'll be like, okay,
Yeah,
then I'll believe that and we'll go with that. But
it's not worth it anymore. It's a game.
yeah,
Like, I have to treat this as for what it is. It's just I'm not gonna waste my life just waiting for a reveal or something. Because that's kind of what it was for most of us. I think it was just waiting for a leak or something. But yeah,
like, and that's not to say that I'm not still excited for the game, because I am, definitely. It's just that, time has passed, and it's been almost like 7 to 8 months since we got the reveal trailer.
I want to say like 9 months. Hasn't it been 9 months? Yeah, it's something
pretty
insane
much
like that. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, it's okay. At this point, I'm waiting till something official comes around.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Like after I had like the conversation with Mayo thing, if anything, I've gained a new 9 months. I've gained a new perspective on games, and because look, Mayo gets attacked a lot because like how can you hate on this game? I don't think Mayo hates on this game. He just really objectively looks at things. So like, oh, this is something that's missing here, right? Because apparently he got in trouble again for talking bad about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He's a reviewer. That's what he does. Like I've come to the conclusion that IGN just reviews game very, very poorly, right? Just very very superficially, right? The point is, I'm trying to look at games more objectively, and like no game is gonna be perfect. Yeah, I'm excited for God of War Ragnarok, but I'm gonna be honest if I don't like certain things. So I gotta just temper my expectations, right? I'm gonna be more normal now when it comes to hype about games. I'm not gonna put all of my hopes and dreams into a game that I'm gonna beat in a couple hours, Yeah.
And that's what I respect about you, man. Like, I think you've grown so much as an individual, and it shows. Like, when you talk about God of War and you talk about certain games that you like, like you starting to look at them more objectively, and you're not just all like, yeah, like this is the best game ever, or, this and that. Like, you're starting to like look at it a little more objectively.
I used to be like that, and I think it has changed in a couple of months because I don't know, I've realized that you can choosing like your top 5 favorite games of all time is almost impossible. It's like because no game is perfect, but a lot of them are really good, right? So it's like they're all fighting for a spot. And I've kind of given up on this idea of like choosing a favorite game, right? Once God of War Ragnarok comes out, I'm gonna do like an official ranking for all the games, and it's gonna be. I'm hoping it's gonna be a super long video that I get to talk, right? Okay, a good example of this is I saw a comment on my bosses ranking, and some guy said this guy hates 99% of the bosses. No, I'm not hating on them. I'm just ranking all of them. You don't really know when the line is, when the line starts of like, oh, I hate these bosses and I love these ones. It's not like that. They are all good in some senses and they're all bad in some senses, right? So that's kind of how I'm seeing it. I'm sorry. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, so, well, I more so have questions for you, and they're more like simpler questions, but basically, like, I don't think you've really expressed like who you think is going to die in the game. I think like we've kind of like hinted at some, we've like talked briefly about it, but like, is there like a sure list of like people who you predict are going to die in this game?
I think Tyr, Jormungandr, and Brock, like from the good guys. And if this would have been like the second game in a trilogy, I would keep Thor alive. But since this is gonna be the last game, I'm thinking he's gonna die. Like almost every Aesir god is gonna die. I don't think Odin is gonna die though. I have this feeling that it's gonna be weird with Odin. We're gonna beat him, but he's also gonna win in some sense, and he's just gonna come back later on. I think it's gonna be a disservice for if Odin just suddenly dies in the second game. But I could be wrong. But from the good guys, I would say Tyr, Jormungandr, and Brock. Those are my 3 picks.
What about Freya?
I don't think so. I think she has a lot more to... Well, Freya, I'm kind of 50-50 on it. Because she went over to the dark side in God of War 2018. And we're going to see that in God of War Ragnarok a lot more. So maybe like part of her character growth is just to come back completely, and maybe doing that includes a sacrifice, Tony Stark style. So,
Right.
do you think she's gonna die?
Honestly, I think I'm with you on that, like a little 50-50,
Mm-hmm.
because you're right. Like, as of 2018, she's now an enemy to Kratos.
Okay.
And, if anyone's an enemy with Kratos, that's already like, you're most likely going to die depending on what you do in the next game.
Yeah.
So, at this point, like, I'm kind of seeing like how she may like turn things around in the next game, kind of alluding to, your prediction of like maybe she'll like kind of help them in the end, when it comes against Odin. But then again, like, who knows, like, how long she's gonna stay in this state of rage with Kratos?
Yeah, I
and
feel
even with Atreus,
I feel like it has to be like right at the end when she changes, right? Because
Right.
think about it, we know that she knows Asgard's weaknesses through Thamur's son. Thamur's son
Right.
told her the weakness to Asgard, right? So that has to come into play somehow, and that's my biggest fear with God of War. Like, there's just so much going on right now in the story that I just don't know if they're gonna have time to fit all of it in, right? I'm hoping for an Infinity War pacing, but I'm just afraid for that because they have to. Freya has to come to the good side. Freya has to give Kratos and Atreus the information on how to get to Asgard or something. I don't know. There's a lot on the table, and I don't know if they're gonna have enough time to fit it all in one game.
Yeah, I feel like if she were to have a turning point, it would definitely be like a final moment kind of thing,
Yeah.
where it's like final stand with Odin, and it's like Kratos and Atreus going against him, or whoever else is helping, and then it's like she has like a split decision on like what she chooses to do. Like, is she gonna help them out? Has she had like a change of pace, or is she just gonna stay in this lane of like rage with Kratos, and then which will ultimately lead to her demise? Like,
Yeah.
it's something like final moment, like what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, how do you think Kratos? How many games do you think Kratos has left? Like, do you think before he like is either killed or retires? Like,
I
what do
really,
how
I
many
really
games?
don't know at this point. People, Corey has said that Kratos is the face of the game,
Mhm.
but I've seen interviews where he has said that he's open to making games within the series about other characters, right? So I don't know if he means like killing off Kratos completely or making a spin-off, but I do think lore. I come at it from a lore perspective. Corey is very tight-lipped about the whole immortality issue. Like, we don't really know how he's immortal. He hasn't really said anything about that. I don't think we're gonna deal with that in God of War Ragnarok. I think again it's just too much. I don't think they can handle all of that. Loki's prophecy, Kratos' immortality. There's too many things. So
Yeah.
the clear answer is as long as Sony keeps making money with God of War, Kratos is gonna stay alive. But
I agree.
Yeah, from a story perspective, I think he's gonna go to Egypt next. I think he's got like an Egyptian game or a couple of Egyptian games, and the higher plane of existence has to come into play eventually. That's the thing they're teasing next, I think, with Fallen God comic book. That's what they're teasing, just the higher plane of existence. And I don't know if a game is going to take place in that thing. I think that would be a bad idea because it's too abstract. It's not really a mythological realm. Like, that would be... It would be too much of a liberty from a mythological point of view, right? Like, we don't really know anything about the higher plane of existence, right? It would be more a creative realm if they were to go there, right? But it's possible.
Right. I think... Oh, okay, so I just thought of a good question. So, I know that Egypt has been teased for the next pantheon of God of War.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think, with all that hype that surrounds Egypt right now, being the next pantheon possibly, do you think when it officially comes that it would be better than the Greek trilogy, or do you think that the Greek trilogy is always on top?
Okay. What do you mean by better? As in like the gods or like the environments, or what do you mean, like overall?
Yeah, like overall, like God, story, all of that, because like I think there's a lot more Egyptian gods than there is Greek.
Oh yeah,
or
that's
they may be
many gods, as Mimir says.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm excited for Egyptian mythology because I think from history we know that Egypt wasn't always this barren wasteland of just sand. It used to be populated.
Mhm.
It used to have a lot of
Right.
vegetation and stuff. I'm excited for Egypt mostly for the environments. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, yeah, the gods
Right.
sound cool as well, but the art style is just something that the more I look at the new God of War games, it hasn't clicked with me yet. The whole grounded nature thing, yeah, it's fine and all that, but I kind of miss the mythological looking environments, right? And if we go to Egypt, I think that's going to be fixed a lot. I think it's gonna be a lot more similar to the Greek games, in which like you have these huge buildings like the pyramids and stuff, right? So
Mhm.
I am excited for the Egyptian pantheon in the sense of the environmental art, like the art style.
Yeah.
And the gods, of
I
course. I feel like they should make it an open world game, but maybe not. I don't even like open world games. I'm like shooting out ideas. Like I don't even like open world games, but I think Egypt would be, out of all the pantheons, Egypt would be a nice open world addition, right?
right.
Yeah.
So, and that actually, I was just thinking about it too. If this is going to be the last game in the Norse Pantheon, I don't know if they've ever thought of making like a prequel game with Kratos and Faye, kind
Mhm.
of like talking about their adventures. Because I think I would really like to see it, sort of like a Ascension time thing, but I hope not as bad. But like I think kind of just understanding, like if we don't get any more understanding of Faye in this last game, which is kind of in the air, I
Yeah.
think that it would be really awesome if we saw more of like an explanation of who Faye was, like in a prequel game with her and Kratos kind of
Yeah.
explaining their adventures and like how they like came to be, like that partnership. So
Yeah.
I
I'll,
think
I'll
that would definitely, you know, be a good concept for a game if they ever thought about it.
Yeah, people always ask me like, "What's the next game you want to see in the God of War saga? Is it Kratos in Egypt, Atreus, or something?" It's actually
Mhm.
none of them. I'm so invested in the story and the lore of this game that the game I want to see the most after God of War Ragnarok is a prequel story with Faye. Not even
Mhm.
when I don't want the adventures of her and Kratos in the forest. That's not. Maybe that could be
Yeah.
the ending, right? But before that, dude, that sounds like such an interesting setting for a game because it's back
Yeah.
when the gods used to walk amongst each other. Vanir gods, Aesir gods.
Yep.
You had trolls. You had giants, all living in Midgard. Okay, they were all like walking amongst themselves, right? And
Right.
there were battles happening already, like the fight with Skargast, like the multi-armed giant. Like there's so
Mhm.
much more they can do in that period of the lore, and I would love to see a game in that. What I
Right.
think might happen is that's gonna be for the show. Like the show is pretty much confirmed at this point. I feel like
Mhm.
they're gonna save the prequel story for the show, but I can't
Right.
lie, I would much prefer that to be a game.
So did they release, like, was the prequel game going to be about Kratos in the Norse pantheon or in the Greek pantheon? Did they confirm that?
No, they haven't confirmed a prequel game yet.
Oh no, I mean the show. Sorry, I meant
No,
the
no,
show.
the show. They just said that they're making a live action God of War show. That's what the
Oh,
confirmation is. We don't know the setting.
Oh.
We don't know who's the protagonist. We're assuming it's Kratos, right? But
Mhm.
I feel like I don't know what the show's gonna be. I really don't know, and I'm also scared about that because I'd much rather it be an animation instead of live action. But who knows?
Yeah,
Uh,
I think
Go ahead. Go ahead.
what oh, I was gonna say yeah, because I think you had kind of mentioned it before, but like if they had done a God of War show and it'd be about like the Greek pantheon, I feel like a lot of people wouldn't be interested in it because we kind of got
Yeah.
that, with the games. So if they're just going to start all the way from the beginning, it would kind of be pointless. And I think a lot of fans, like diehard fans like yourself and me and others, like, we would see that and be like, but we've already seen this. Like, it would be great if they would start with the new beginning,
Hmm.
from the Norse pantheon and kind of explain,
I wouldn't mind
Faye and
I
things
wouldn't
like
mind
that.
a prequel show of Kratos' early years as a Spartan soldier.
Yeah, that's true.
We would get
Mhm.
like the adventures of Atreus and stuff. Like you have a lot more freedom with the story, right? Like they can make stories. I don't know what his character arc would be though.
Hmm.
Will that happen? I doubt it, because like you said, like new fans are just not as interested in that. They only care about like the new thing, right? But I would love a prequel story so bad. Prequels when done right, they can be so good.
Not
Look-
essential.
look at-
Let's just say
not
not
essential.
essential.
Look at Ghost of Sparta. Let's look at Ghost of Sparta.
Right. Let's look at that.
Yeah.
That is the way to do a prequel, definitely.
Yeah. All right, man. I'm gonna let in someone because I think we've been talking about it for like 10 minutes now.
Oh, okay.
All right. Thanks a lot, man. You can stay in, and if I have time at the end, we can talk again. Okay.
Definitely. All right.
Thanks
Thank
so
you,
much,
man, for
dude.
having me on.
No worries, man. Bye.
All right. Bye.
All right, Leo. I do apologize, man. I said I was gonna get back to you after AJ, and I never did. I just forgot. I'm so sorry, dude. What's up, Leo? How's work going? Leo just disappeared. Leo! Leo just left. How dare he? I'm gonna predict that his boss just walked him on in listening to me just now. Hi, Leo's boss. What if I'm actually getting him in trouble? All right, I'm gonna let in Emil. Emil has been here since earlier today. What's up, dude?
What's up?
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Just working and listening to this.
What you working on?
Oh, I do marketing. I work from home, so.
Oh, maybe
I
Santa
get
Monica
marketing
should hire you.
feedback. No, that's too much stress.
What type of
probably.
marketing, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, so I just give feedback to gaming companies, movie companies, stuff like that.
Oh, so you do like you are in to some extent in the gaming
Yeah,
industry.
yeah.
Okay.
I've been doing it for like a year now.
Oh, okay.
2 years.
So how does that work? You give them feedback in what sense?
Oh, I do like presentations. I have to write so they'll send in like a concept for a game, for an example,
Okay.
and then we'll be like, oh, if this formula has if this formula has been used before or stuff like that. So then I'm like, oh, we've seen this in your previous game, you've used it already. So then we'll tell them that they've used it. They give us feedback, and then we basically tell them what to do and what they could improve with the new games and stuff.
Oh, so it's kind of like a playtester thing? Like you see the game?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. We basically see the artwork concept and stuff.
Okay. I didn't even know that was a job. Like that sounds really cool, man.
Oh yeah, it's really cool. But
Any
it's
game you
too
want
much
to tell
work
us? Like, what are you working on right now?
I wish. I wish I could.
All right. So what's up, man? What do you want to talk about?
What was it? Oh, yeah. I was gonna suggest you a game actually first, but
Suggest
it's
a
about
game?
yeah.
Go for it.
You old God of War games, how they slasher type stuff.
Yeah, hack and slashers. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Ashura's Wrath is a really good game that does that. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. or
Asura's
ever
Wrath.
played it.
I see it as being too quick timey. I haven't really seen too much.
It's a lot of quick time events.
Yeah.
But it like really reminded me of like the old formula that God of War used to use.
Yeah. It's interesting that you brought this up because I've been meaning to talk about this for a while. I don't really like hack and slashers anymore. I feel like if I would have played like the old school God of War games like now, like for the first time, I probably wouldn't have liked them as much. I used to like them when I was a kid, right? But hack and slashing is just something that doesn't really interest me as much. I tried playing Dante's Inferno the other day and I just got bored. As opposed to...
Did you already finish that though?
Huh?
Didn't you finish that game or?
Yeah, no, I finished it a while back on my YouTube channel, and then lately I went back to playing it by myself. But I got bored, because I like this new. People bitch to me a lot about my criticism of God of War 2018. He's like, "Oh, you like the old school God of War combat?" It's not that. It's much more complicated. I like the base combat of God of War 2018, probably more than I'd like God of War 3's combat, right? Because God of War 3's combat is like, raw, like you're just all over the place, right? And I'm not saying that's not fun. It could be fun as well. But I like the idea of just being deliberate. Like that thing, you aim the axe, you throw it, you have to keep track of the environment. That's the type of combat system I like these days, right?
Yeah.
What I think they need to fix is the whole RPG things and, some tweaking. As Mayo said, the resource management has to be fixed, the cooldown, all of those things. But hack and slashers in general is just something I just don't gravitate towards anymore. I don't know. It's just... Go ahead.
I seen a comment in your comment section. It's basically what Loki Wolf said. Ashura's Wrath is God of War meets Dragon Ball Z, basically.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Anime is just something that I never really liked because
Yeah,
it's way
not for
too over
everybody.
the top. It's way too much. Like they're just throwing moons at each other, but there's not an actual. There doesn't seem to be an actual justification for it. When Thanos does it, it's fine. When Thanos throws a moon at Tony Stark, I'm fine with it because I'm like, oh, the internal logic of he's got the Infinity Gauntlet. But when in Dragon Ball Z, when you see crap like that, I'm like, why is he flying all over the place? What is this? And I get it, they're all powerful, but it's just not for me. And I see Asura's Wrath as this guy just stopping moon-sized gods by punching their fingers, and I don't get it. I just don't get it. Yeah.
But yeah, I also agreed that they could fix some RPG stuff with the 2018, but I don't know. I really didn't mind it. I didn't mind it as much because I was obviously there for the story and stuff.
With the RPG thing, I'll try to stay more quiet, not because I'm afraid or anything like that. It's just that I have to be more objective even with myself, and I'm an older gamer. I'm from an older generation. I don't get it when people tell me you get to play it in so many ways. I don't get that. I really don't. I like a single experience. That's the whole thing about single player. Just make a Valkyrie fight interesting. I don't have to be able to, resist cooldown or like have 20 plus damage. That's the stuff that I don't like. But it was well regarded by most people, right? So I'm gonna say that maybe I just don't get it. Maybe it's just not for me. Maybe it's good and I just don't get it, right? But
also another thing, obviously we've seen how Horizon Forbidden West looked. I mean, the game looked amazing, but it was just not for me. It was it was boring. I'm gonna be honest, it was boring for me. I couldn't get into it.
Yeah.
But everybody's like talking, oh, God of War Ragnarok is gonna be for PS4 and PS5. The game's gonna be shorter. It's not gonna be. The thing is, Horizon Forbidden West looked amazing even on the PS4, and they still kept everything the same as it was on the PS5.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking with Ragnarok, it's not really gonna be that much of a difference.
Yeah.
Like we're still gonna see like maybe the game is gonna be like really long, like before they had that David Jaffe said like 40 hours or whatever.
Okay.
That's possible. They could do that, and they could have all these bosses in the game, and like we could see still like a big Chronos type fight in
I don't know, with the camera I don't think it's possible.
Well, like not like that, not like.
Bringing me snackies, thank you.
Ice cold water and
A sandwich?
no, that's just bread.
That's just bread.
That's just bread.
What am I, a prisoner? Thanks a
No,
lot.
Well, no, you like bread.
I do.
You
Okay.
making it seem like I'm a bad wife.
Yeah,
When
just bring me
actually,
bread.
If I gave you a sandwich,
It's-
you'd be like, I just want the bread.
It's bread and water, people. This is what I'm getting. Bread and water and nuts.
Bread and butter.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you pass me your other water?
Yeah, thank you, honey. All right. Sorry, Emil. What's up, man? Sorry, keep going.
But yeah, we had like that dragon boss fight, which was like you could say like a pretty big boss fight.
Yeah.
And I think we could have like definitely another boss fight with that size, maybe even like a little bigger with how they did it. But you throw the crystal at the guy and it explodes.
Yeah. Now, there are things I miss from the older games, and the spectacle is definitely one of them. And the camera work, there's a lot of things that I miss in general. But with
Yeah,
God of
of
War Ragnarok,
course.
I'm not expecting huge changes, which is totally fine with
no.
me. I'm fine with that. I do think they're gonna have. In the trailer, I saw this clip of Kratos launching this enemy into the air and then just slamming it back down. And it's my prediction that they're gonna add like the equivalent of the circle button in the older games, that allows you to just connect
Also,
to more enemies. Go ahead.
Bruno said, I don't know who I don't know if it was you or
shields.
John Ford.
The shields.
Not that.
Okay.
It was. You remember how we on Cyclops used to spam circle on enemies?
Sorry,
He kind of
can you say
hint-
that again? Can you say that again?
Like on Cyclops, when we would like spam circles and we would like rip their eyes out and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he like teased, I guess, that might be coming back, and he
Oh,
replied to someone.
I think he was talking about the animations, because someone said, I hope
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
more
yeah.
animations or something, right?
Yeah, somebody like they were like, oh, I hope there's more animations for fights, like
Yeah.
normal NPCs, not just like bosses.
Yeah.
And he was like, I think he said something about like Maybe it was like an eye emoji or something. I forgot. But...
Yeah, no, I agree. I really do think it needs more animations.
And now since they got like more funding from Sony, especially after the success of the first game, I'm definitely thinking that we're gonna see like way more like animations, bosses, new enemies.
Yeah, no,
even in the
on the technical side,
Legends...
on the technical side, I'm not worried about the game at all. I think they know what they're doing. They did the groundwork on God of War 2018. They just need to tweak it. My biggest fear is just like the pacing of the story. Yeah, that's it. That's the only thing.
I think they could pull it off.
I'm
could
hopeful.
Definitely pull it
I'm
off.
hopeful. Yeah.
If obviously it's not gonna be like since it's gonna be on a PS4, obviously it is gonna have limitations, but not that big of like limitations.
Yeah.
But they could still like pace it out very well to like the point where everything will get explained.
Would you have wished they went only PlayStation 5?
Yeah, well, yeah, I would, but at the same time, no, yeah. It would have been awesome with like the graphics and stuff. Maybe they could upgrade the graphics by a tad bit. Maybe use Unreal Engine 5 or whatever.
Yeah.
But other than that, I don't really see what PS5 only would be doing, to be honest.
The one thing Elden Ring I think proved to the world is that you really don't need like the greatest graphics of all time.
Yep.
You don't. Like as long as you have an interesting mechanic, and art design is much more important than graphics in my opinion. God of War 2 in my opinion it still looks great, not graphics wise, but the world itself looks amazing. And as long as they have a good art style, I think I'm gonna be okay with it. You won't really see the difference, right?
Yeah.
But
definitely not.
With PS5, like I would have wished they did it just so it'd be faster. I don't know. We would have to play God of War Ragnarök. We would have to see how it plays, how they're gonna do realm travel and stuff.
My boss is also like a big fan of God of War.
Oh yeah?
So every day we're looking out if maybe Sony sent us a contract or something. So we could like give feedback and stuff.
I'll put in a good word for you. Let me text Corey Barlog real quick.
Hey Corey, could you please But no, we're waiting for the game. We're excited.
Yeah.
I already told them when the game comes out, I'm calling off for at least 2 days just to marinate and enjoy.
Well, I mean, if your boss likes the game, I'm sure he's calling out.
Oh
too.
yeah, he will.
Yeah.
But also another thing, everybody thinks that it's gonna be like a state of play on Thursday, even if something happens. I think it's gonna be a blog post.
Is it when is the 30th?
30th is a Thursday.
Oh,
That's why everybody thinks it's gonna be like a state of play because state of plays are usually on Thursday. But I'm thinking it's gonna be
really? Is that a thing?
Yeah, every Thursday
Okay.
state of play is like a thing, I guess.
Okay.
And they announced it like 2 days before. But I'm thinking it's gonna be a blog post with maybe gameplay trailer, and release date.
Dude. If they do that, this is gonna be officially the weirdest marketing ever. Just an article. Here's an article with some gameplay clips on it. Like if they do that, it's gonna be so weird, man. I'm hoping for a state of play for their sake.
Me too. Honestly, me too.
Yeah.
I'm looking to a state of play, but at the point right now, it's weird if they're gonna do a state of play or it's just gonna be or if it's gonna be like a blog post thing. Because a lot of people are saying it might be a blog post, it might be like a state of play. So, I mean, in due time we'll see.
I'm gonna become the Joker as in insanity wise if they just announce like Stray, like if they do a Stray gameplay demo. Oh my god, dude!
Here's a link for the pre-order and here's a date. See you guys when the game comes
you've
out.
Been waiting for God of War Ragnarok, but check out the scat game. Like it's just.
And then Corey's just gonna deactivate again.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm gonna. Sorry, go ahead. You
yeah.
Oh no, go ahead.
One quick thing. Yeah. And the insider also posted like a order thing, order like an order in court gift. And everybody was like,
the snitch guy.
Yeah, he here's a tweet. I'm gonna, or you could just see it on his Twitter. He responded to the God of War thing with like order, and everybody was like, oh my god, this means that we'll be able to pre-order the game and everything. And I'm over here thinking like either he's saying like calm down or he's actually like meaning you'll be able to order the game.
Order.
Yeah, order, and everybody in the comments is like, oh my god, this is going to be like a pre-order to the game.
I mean, if pre-orders do go up, I feel like I will not get one. I'm not quick enough when it comes to that stuff. So I'm not even gonna bother like racing to get one. But
yeah. But I'm gonna let other people talk, man. You have a nice day.
Yeah, I know. Thank you for stopping by, dude. It was nice talking.
Oh yeah, have a nice day.
Take it easy, man. All right. Let's see. Who do I? Let me see if I recognize. Let me see. Let me try Leo again. See if he's here. Leo.
Hello.
Yeah. Don't fail me now. What's up, man?
What's up, man? I'm sorry. When you requested, I was actually like changing a microphone.
It's all
real quick
good.
for
Don't worry
class,
about it. It's all good.
but now I'm back.
So, what do you when you say audio mixing? Is it for movies, shows? What is it? How does it work?
Oh no! Right now, I just changed the microphone, like because I actually help in a classroom. You know what I mean? So a teacher, like I help a teacher.
Oh,
So
okay.
he
Yeah.
he talks through Zoom. So I need to change that. But when mixing, dude, I'm no audio engineer. I can like edit my own audio. You know what I mean, and clean it up. But dude, when it comes to mixing, man, that's a whole different
Ah,
animal.
okay. I got you. Okay, that's cool, man.
Mhm.
So, what do you want to talk about, man?
Man, what I wanted to talk about was actually because I was thinking very heavily on post game. You know what I mean? I was thinking
Yeah.
about that a lot.
Yeah.
And I got the inkling of like, okay, what if Atreus and Kratos actually do separate and we get a thing where it's like, have you ever played Red Dead Redemption 1?
Yeah. Would you play as Jack Marston?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking maybe we play as Atreus, like we see Kratos and Atreus kind of go their separate ways if Kratos doesn't die.
Did you watch my last video?
I don't remember exactly. I think
It's
I did. I watched it.
exactly that. That's exactly
Literally?
my theory is that exactly. It's like we're gonna get to play as Atreus in the post game. Yeah.
How do you feel about that? Do you think it'd work? Like,
I'll be honest. I think I would like it if they're able to get the animations right. I think it would be an interesting way to do the post game section. I don't think
Yeah.
people would like it based on the comments I've been getting on that video. It's like no. Like, but guys, it makes sense from a story perspective because that's something I keep in mind when I make theories now. Is that it's not just about the story. You have to take gameplay into account, right?
yeah.
In the post
Also,
game,
man.
go ahead, sorry.
Oh no. Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, like, man, I feel like people should prioritize storytelling. A lot more these days. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Like, understand why certain things are like how they are. You
Okay.
know?
Okay, we can talk about that for a little bit because that's something I didn't get a chance to bring up in the Mayo conversation. The whole storytelling thing, we kind of brushed on it a little bit, but we never really got into it. To
Yeah.
me, story, I really do think story is up there with gameplay, if not like equal. It's gameplay is a little bit higher, but story is like right there, if not equal. Because what happens, in my opinion, is that you get caught in this loop. It's like, yeah, you can have a good gameplay, but if you don't have the proper context for doing the things you're doing in gameplay, it's not
Yeah.
gonna be fun. And I can explain that to you. I can give you an example. I tried this, this game. I forgot what it was called. It was a Switch game where it was a hack and slasher. I heard it was really good. It was like it had one of the best scammers. It had a really good mechanic or something. But
Mhm.
the art style and the story is like these bubblehead looking guys, and the stories are all over the top. There's a lot of fourth wall breaking and stuff. And I'm like, this is just not for me. The game could have the best mechanics, but if the story is not interesting, I'm not gonna play it. And it goes the same way with gameplay. If the story is amazing but the mechanics are not fun, I'm just not gonna play it. It's just that's why I always say that they're kind of both tied in my opinion, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like they are both tied because I have to have a desire. I have to have a desire for wanting to play the game, and that's
Yeah.
where the gameplay comes in. So I don't
Yeah.
know if you could say that I'm putting story first, but for me, I like to prioritize story a lot, and I love how God of War 2018 story went. Like dude, like I can tell you, man, there's actually moments in that game where I felt emotional because I actually went through things that kind of mirrored what the story was going through. Like when Kratos first got the blades and he said the words like "I am your monster no longer." Like I felt
Yeah, you
at
have
a
a connection
time
to
in
it.
my
Yeah, I
life.
got you. Yeah.
Yeah, man. And I feel like a lot of people did, especially at the end of the game when the wraps from his chained like arms and stuff from his
Yeah.
forearms came off at Jotunheim,
Hmm.
and he says I have nothing else to hide. Dude, that hit me so hard.
Yeah.
And it did a lot of people too. So dude, like appreciate the story, man. The gameplay is awesome and it's only gonna get better. So that's all I have to say,
Yeah, I
man. Just
don't.
appreciate
I one of the comments I hate the most from people who watch Under the Mayo is like, "Oh, leave the story for a book or a movie." I'm like, that is such a, I hate to say it, but it's such a stupid comment, because it's not that movies and books have an ownership over storytelling. We how we tell how we talk about ourselves, how we interact with people, it's pretty much very narrative driven. It's just like how we tell our story is a story. Like, story is in our DNA. You can't really get away from that. Even if even the older games, like when you play in, I forgot, like Space Invader or something, there's a story. It's very, superficial, but there's a story. There's got to be something there. And I just don't get the people who say, no, don't prioritize story. Just give me gameplay. No, it doesn't work like that. Yeah.
Exactly. Dude, I want to say this one thing. Like, if you ask a bunch of God of War fans, would you care about Kratos if he didn't have a compelling story, if he didn't struggle, if he didn't? Because, dude, my favorite moments of Kratos is when we actually see that side of him, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, when he said, what was that line he said? I think to his wife. I think it was God of War 1, where he just didn't mean to do that. You know, those moments of just grief.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what
Yeah,
love
in the portal when Ares takes him in or something, like,
Yeah.
I think I know what you're talking about. Like, he lowers his head and he really gets sad in that moment. Like, not
Yeah.
that price. I didn't want them to die or something. Is that it?
Yes, man. Those moments, and especially in God of War 2, when he was getting squished by what was it? The Kraken, I believe.
Yeah.
And he saw like his wife, but it was actually Gaia. But just, dude, those moments equate to storytelling.
Yeah.
If Kratos never had that kind of like thing about him, he would just be a murderous killer that doesn't have a heart, and that's not very interesting. So from the beginning, story has always been a part of Kratos and his importance, you know?
There's a conversation that needs to be had about, how stories should be in games. I definitely don't think like getting rid of story completely is the way to go. That's stupid. I don't think that's story. Like I said, it's in us. We can't get away from it, right?
Yeah.
But there are other things that gamers, not gamers, like game developers could do to elevate the medium, I guess. There's this moment that doesn't really get talked about enough in God of War 1. I feel like God of War 1 is the best at mixing story with gameplay. Like that whole sequence at the end when you have to hug your wife to give her health. It's a gameplay mechanic. It's a gameplay sequence, but it also talks about like, it shows you how much he cares about his family, right? But there's another moment that it's when you're dragging this cage with a soldier in there, and you're just dragging him to his death, right? I love that moment so much because it's not just about a puzzle. It's about showing you like his motivation, how far this guy is willing to go to get rid of his, nightmares, right? And he's willing to kill this guy, and this guy's just rattling the cage. No, like he just I love that moment because it's you in gameplay, but you're completely immersed in it, right? So yeah, cutscenes are important, but those moments are really important too, right? And I do have a high view of story in games. A game that I'm excited for is the Rats game, Requiem something. I forgot what it was called. The one where you play with the little kid that controls rats. God damn it! What's
I
it
have not
called?
heard of that.
Plague
about
Tale.
that one.
Plague's Tale or something. Yeah. Anyway. So
Cuba,
yeah.
I'm all about rated R, freaking.
It's all good. It's all good. But yeah, that's a game that has objectively shallow gameplay mechanics, but the story and how the characters interact with each other is so interesting that I just kept playing it. It's just story is a huge motivator for me. I'm not gonna get away from that. I'm like, story for me is as close as gameplay, if not on the same level. It's not higher than gameplay, but it's either very close to it or like on the same level. But sorry, like did you want to talk about something else? Sorry.
No, yeah. It's on the same plane, you know. And one thing I wanted to talk about, there's just like one thing in God of War 1 that pisses me off a little bit, and this is my last thing. So, dude, like when Athena says, do this and the gods will forgive you, but you know what I mean? But the visions never went away. Like, why did Kratos? But Kratos should have been like, "Are my visions gonna go away? I don't care if they forgive me."
He
know
didn't.
What I mean?
He didn't question her further. Like, wait, okay, hold on. Before we get into this deal, are my visions gonna get away? I don't know about that.
I think you know what it was. I think maybe he was just so excited and like that he didn't ask. Like he just assumed.
Yeah.
You know, like I think that's a story element that I kind of missed a little bit. Like maybe he's just so excited about finally getting rid of them that he thinks that the forgiveness will come with taking away the nightmares. You know?
You actually brought up, like, gave me a really good idea for another video idea, because in the God of War 1 novel, that's not exactly how it goes. Because how you see it is, how you telling it to me is like you think Athena tricked him, but in the novel, the writer takes another, another perspective. Athena did wanted to get rid of Kratos' nightmares, but it was later in the novel you realize that when Athena's talking to Zeus, that it's Zeus like, no, I can't do it. It's like the law of the universe. I can't take it away. I can only forgive him or something. So it's a really cool moment in the novel. It's like, no, just Athena says like, Father, we promised him or something. Like, no, we didn't. And it's really interesting because how it was Zeus all along. But then again, we have to talk about how the novels are secondary canon and all that. So.
Yeah, I never read the novel, so that's why it's always been like lingering on top of me,
Yeah, just listen to them. If you have Audible, dude, Amazon, I gotta reach out to them. Like, I'm just this free marketing agent for Audible, man. I keep advertising Audible and I'm not getting paid for it, man. Fuck that. I'm gonna contact them. But Audible is amazing when you just listen to the novels. It's really good.
I gotta do that. But Cuba, thank you so much, man, for giving me the time. I don't want to take up too much time here.
No worries, man. It was fun talking to you.
Guys.
All right, good luck at work, man.
Oh, thank you.
Bye. All right, I'm gonna let in Risplock. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Risplock. Yeah, Risplock. Is it a Risplock or Rislock? What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
How you doing?
Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Awesome, man. How do you pronounce your name, by the way?
You can say Risblock.
Oh, okay, Risplock. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Are you a new member? I don't remember seeing your name.
Yeah, I'm pretty new. I became member today, man.
Oh, awesome. Hey, hold on, let me just tell the people waiting here. If you're waiting here to talk to me, you gotta request it by clicking the little hand thing. Just because I see Gypsy, but I don't see him. I don't think he has a request to talk. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. Take it away, man. What's up?
Yeah, man. I'm pretty new to God of War. I played the latest game, but yeah, man, I'm like everyone else. I'm waiting for the new one.
Yeah, you're in the right place.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. So you've never played the earlier ones then?
I watched like playthroughs and stuff like that.
Okay.
But I haven't really played the older ones.
Okay, all right. That's okay. I mean, it's for one thing, it's really hard to play them now unless you have PlayStation Plus. Now it's almost not worth it. But yeah.
Yeah.
Sony needs to make them. Eventually, they'll have to make a remake or something so people can play them easily.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah. I'm not sure. Is there like any information for like the next game, or is there
It's
nothing
only
at all?
it's only rumors at the moment. It's that thing that it might release.
you.
I keep checking Twitter to see if Corey teases something. Corey has essentially trolled me real hard because every time he makes a tweet, he has done this thing that he puts them in separate lines now. Hold on, let me not Bruno. He does this thing. He all of a sudden just started making tweets like this. Hold on. So one line, another line. And I'm like, he's never written tweets like this. I'm guessing. So I thought like maybe if I take the first letter of each tweet, like it's gonna say something. And every time it's just nothing. It amounts to nothing, right? So he's a big troll. I think he's doing that on purpose. He started writing tweets differently so people would freak out. But no, at the moment there's no news. No.
Yeah, man. So damn, I forgot what I was gonna ask.
It's all good, man. Do you want me to get back at you? Do you want me to let someone in and then you can come back in?
Yeah, man. I'll think of some questions and I'll come back, man.
Oh, okay. Take it easy, man. Yo, Sean Gladden, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Or the super sticker, actually. All right, I'm gonna let in Sharmota. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right either.
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. So, I've been as like the same guy. I'm pretty new. I followed the latest. What's it called? The latest.
Rumors?
God of War. Yeah, the latest rumors.
Okay.
And I've been watching some of your older playthroughs of the older ones, but I still haven't like caught up to the storyline. So, like,
Okay.
is there something important that like I missed from the older ones that I need to know for the new ones?
I mean, there's a couple things. One of the things I want to do in the channel is like a recap of the whole story. Make it a video. But I'm gonna do that like closer to release. It's kind of hard to tell you what you might be missing. I don't know. There's a whole Athena thing, like what happened to Athena. But other than that, I don't think anything important. Calliope should still be alive, along with Atlas. But I don't know. I can't really think off the top of my head right now.
Okay. Yeah, because I've been looking through rumors, theories, and I've found some really like dumb ones.
Some
I don't
dumb
know.
ones?
I was on Reddit,
Okay.
and also like some incest rumors about Freya and all of them.
Incest
very weird.
rumors? What?
Yeah.
With
I saw a
Baldur?
rumor about. Yeah, with Baldur. Baldur was incest with Freya. It was very weird.
God. All right. Okay.
Yeah. So, but like the other ones are just like rumors that I've already heard of. So.
You went into the dark side of the internet, I'm afraid.
Yeah, well, I tried dig for like deeper rumors,
Yeah.
Because like all the popular ones, we already know them. So I'm trying to know like, are there any like other rumors that might be true that are like you have to find like.
No.
Deep.
Sadly, no. Like there's nothing new right now.
They don't release a lot on the game.
Nope.
It's very
that's what the community has been complaining about for the longest time now. That the marketing seems to be off, to say the least.
Isn't that like bad for their advertising though?
Yeah.
They don't like. Yeah, I want to know what I'm gonna buy.
I'm hoping. Yeah, I'm hoping this whole June 30th things becomes a reality. I hope, but I've been burned in the past way too many times.
Yeah, like when I played the one right now.
Yeah.
The newest one, I was kind of disappointed with it because like. The storyline was good and all, but like just the gameplay in general.
What would you like them to fix?
Well, I would like when you fight, it feels like kind of weird. I don't know why. Like it feels like you can tell it's very fake. I don't know.
It feels fake.
Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. Like I'm not very good with English.
Okay.
But it feels very like I don't know. I want them to fix the fighting things.
Yeah. So. You said you didn't play the older games, so you're
not.
No,
not the older ones.
You don't want a hack and slasher. You're not saying that you want. You're not one of those guys. I want a jump button like this.
No, not that.
Okay.
I want it to be more engaging.
Okay, so maybe like the whole resource management thing.
Pretty much, and I also heard a rumor there's like gonna be new characters.
New characters?
And yeah, new characters.
To play or just
new characters that you're gonna be able to play.
I don't know about that.
I heard rumors, and then I dig deeper in it, and I heard the idea. I wanna know.
I think you're going a little bit too deep.
maybe.
Yeah.
But so I looked in like what can their names be, probably some Viking name, and I found their names would be very weird. I found one, like it was a guy, they called him Captain Maflask, and I was like, what is this?
It's you again, huh?
What? What are you talking about?
Get the fuck out of here. Get the
fuck out. What are you talking about? I heard Maflask.
Get the fuck out of here.
What are you talking about, bro?
Get the fuck out of
here. I
here.
heard the Maflask groomer.
Get the Lego, will you be kind enough to kick him out? It's the idiot that keeps on paying the memberships even though he knows. I feel like he likes it. He likes to get kicked out from my Discord thing. And you know what? It's super fun. I'm gonna let Lego take care of you, okay? Anyway, all right. So let me see who I'm gonna let in. Captain Gabby, what's up, dude? It's funny how he changed his voice. He's very talented. I'll give him that. He's I did not recognize his voice. What's up, dude? How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Alright, so I found a rumor about Kaptain Maflask, bro.
How the fuck is he doing this? How the fuck is he doing this? I'm just gonna... Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go... Let me go real quick. Have I banned them from the channel? Let me, I think it's members. Give me just a sec. I want to see if I just can kick him out completely. What was his name? Mr. Mojo or something? Mr. Mohib? It's a troll, man. It's a troll I have on the Discord. Just he keeps coming by. He's stupid enough to keep paying for it. Let me see. I don't see him. Who are those people? It's the same guy. I honestly don't know how he's doing it. But I'm guessing that's what he likes. Alright. Well, I can't find him. I'll deal with him later, I guess. Let me see. I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna click on names that I know are not him. Okay. Let me talk to Lego real quick. See what he thinks about this thing. Lego.
I knew it. I knew it.
I was expecting him to be here. I knew it because he has done it twice already.
You should check a thing on Discord, staff chat.
Just the what?
You should check the thing on Discord, the staff chat.
Give me just
not on screen though. Not on screen. It's
not on screen. Okay.
It's pretty bad stuff.
Okay. Give me just a sec. Because I know his name used to be Mr. Moja here, right? And I feel like this is what he wants to see, like me, like freaking out about this, right? I'm not freaking out, okay? He can keep paying me, and I'll just keep kicking him out. I don't know. If he has nothing better to do with his life,
paying you like $3 just to make a count.
That's the thing about my memberships. They're not very expensive. So it's still very friendly towards trolls, as in like they can just come in and just troll around, right? But yeah, I was expecting this to happen. What did he do? No, it's a guy that has been on the he's been
doing this for months.
He's a fucking loser. That's what he is. He's been paying a membership just to come here and troll, and he's been rowdy. He has been openly racist with his name. No one likes him. No one likes him here, but it's okay if he wants to keep paying me. That's all good. Let me see. Let me show who's here left. Okay. All right, Lego. If you see him again, just kick him out, okay?
All right, I got you.
Take it easy, man. All right, Donkey's manager. I believe I've seen this name before. What's up, dude?
Yo, are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
First, I have to apologize. The country I'm in, India, they put out this bank rule where previously cards that had like subscriptions on them had to stop it, and then you had to manually subscribe each month, which I did not realize. So my support for your channel just stopped at a point, and when I recently came back to the channel, I realized, hey, I'm not a member anymore.
It's all good. Forgive me if I sound skeptical, because now I'm just gonna be vigilant for this guy. But I
understand.
I do think your name sounds familiar. What's up, dude? It's all good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we talked on one of your previous podcasts. This kind of like a members hangout. I think like a month or two after the release of the trailer in September last year.
Mm. I did a couple of these things back in September.
Yeah. One of the first questions you had asked me is, "Are you actually Donkey's manager?"
That's why I remember you, because I remember asking you, like, are you actually Donkey's manager? Yeah.
Yeah. No. So that was.
Hold on. Let me. Okay, hold on. Give me a sec. Lego, see if Suko, like, can you see like what his YouTube name is? The guy who just came in, Suko. See if the name is Mr. Moja. If it is, just kick him out. Okay. Sorry. Go
on. Yeah, sure. So the first question is a very short one. I don't think there's much explanation to be given, but I wanted your thoughts on the. Currently, who do you think the statue in Svartalfheim is at the moment?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Your mic cut out a little bit. Can you repeat that again?
Oh, sure. My question was to you. Currently, who do you think the statue represents in Svartalfheim? Because I honestly think it's Ivaldi.
Ivaldi, I think. Yeah, I think I saw a tweet recently. I was gonna make a video on it, but I just didn't have the time. I was making another one. People pointed out something from the God of War novel that says that Ivaldi lives in the mountains or something in the novel. Is that where you're going with this?
No, not really. I just thought, if there's anyone the dwarves revere, right? And they're not. See, in other fictional works in general, right? Dwarves are very like science-based or really,
Crafty people, yeah, like they're engineers, yeah.
Exactly. They're not very religious people. So if they would make a statue to someone, I would think it would be to a great craftsman like Ivaldi. I believe there's no craftsman like him. So it led me to the conclusion, hey, it has to be Ivaldi, right?
I will be honest. I don't remember if Ivaldi died, because we have Ivaldi's curse in Nilfheim. I forgot now. It's one of those characters that's very minor. I'm gonna have to like do some research on it again. I don't remember if he died, but I
believe in 2018 in one of the stone inscriptions it is said that he passed away, but it could be another Tyr-like situation where Odin has hid his death just to keep Ivaldi to himself.
Okay.
Who knows?
Yeah, no, it could be, but I don't think Santa Monica would want to repeat the same story or like the same character arc like twice. So I just don't know. Like my previous theory used to be that he was Njord, right?
Right.
But I don't know. I feel like now it has to be a dwarf. Maybe Ivaldi, maybe someone else. I don't know. I think the novel does talk about like the leader of the dwarves, and I'm gonna have to look that up again. I never wrote it down, and I feel really bad now because it was a really interesting theory, and I just lost it now.
Right.
Yeah.
The next one is kind of my theory, and it will maybe take you a little bit of time to accept it, or you might have good arguments against it. Stop me anywhere if you feel like you are not
okay,
following.
I'll try to keep. I'll try to follow it. Go ahead.
So a lot of like for example, one of the podcasts you had a lot 3 other creators, I believe, who do content on God of War, and all of you had like this question of how will they resolve the age-old trope of downgrading Kratos and all of his equipment, right?
Yeah.
So my thing is, I strongly believe that will not be addressed at all. I feel like there's no need to address it at all. And here's this one, right? In previous God of War games, Greece and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of your upgrades came from a story narrative point where Gaia would say, hey, Kronos has bestowed you with this power, and Zeus has bestowed you with this power. Throughout all the Greece games, your upgrades have been tied to the story itself, right? But in Norse, they have gone out of their way to make sure that other than your upgrades like which are inconspicuous, like for example this one, Jormungandr's poison was just like a notification on the side saying your axe had been imbued with it, but you can't really use it, or it doesn't come into gameplay, right? Those kind of upgrades.
I think it's gonna come later on into the story, like the whole poison thing.
Sure, but they are kind of like they're not customizations that you see visually. What I'm trying to get at is like these new armors, all the runic attacks and all of that. Those are upgrades that you get not as part of the story, as a part of the RPG element. If you were to view God of War 2018 as a game without the RPG elements, it would not really change. What Kratos was at the beginning is what he is at the end. There is no significant upgrade to him in terms of new powers or anything other than him getting back.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, like there's nothing cinematically that happens that upgrades. That he kills an enemy and he takes the sword or something. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so which is why it has led me to that conclusion of there is actually absolutely no need for Thor to downgrade him in any way whatsoever. They've eliminated that problem of how do we get OP Kratos back to normal Kratos, is what I strongly believe. I guess I can ask you for your thoughts on this. Do you think...
I think Kratos needs to get messed up at the beginning of the game by Thor just to give the player a sense of how strong Thor is. And in that sense, like, yeah, he will be, reset back to zero. Like he's gonna be downgraded again. That's always been like my thoughts on it, right? You could be right. Like they might just keep making him more powerful and that's it, right? But That's always been my theory, that my prediction, that Thor's gonna mess him up at the beginning of the game, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, for me, like I said, from the time the game started to the time it ends, besides getting the blades, Kratos really doesn't get any upgrade in his strength through the story itself, and so there is no need to address kind of like making him weaker. Sure, Kratos getting his ass beat by Thor is a good way to get him back into the game and get him back into the world, but not as a point of making him, not to get him downgraded, just to get him back into the story.
I mean, it could be. One thing I don't want it to happen is that they reset you completely back to zero, and you have to get like the main abilities, like I don't know, like holding R1 and spins the axe in front of you. Like I wouldn't want to get rid of that. Like one of the flaws God of War 2018 had is that you didn't have enough tools at the beginning of the game to play around with, right? So maybe they won't reset him. Maybe they'll just keep building upon him. I don't know. But traditionally, like he has always been, downgraded. I'm looking at it from a tradition perspective, right?
True. I'm just hoping they kind of surprise us and don't do that formulaic thing of get your ass beat, downgrade, and then restart all over again.
They honestly might. Like Cory Barlog was all about just changing the formula completely. Like maybe that's one of those things that it'll be changed the next game as well. It's one of those things that I'm open to it. I'm open to see what they do, right? I'm not leaning towards. Anyway, I do lean towards him getting his ass beaten by Thor because it's always been the case, but it was always the case that the game had QuickTime events, and the game no longer has QuickTime events, so I can't really go by that anymore.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It will be the last topic I approach before I let someone else go ahead and speak. So before I speak, I wanted to get your thoughts. Currently, what are your thoughts? What role?
You're cutting you're cutting out a little bit. I can't really hear you properly right now. Can you say that again?
Am I audible right now?
I think you're good. Yeah, I think you're good now. Yeah.
Right. So, what role, if any, do you think Greece should play? What is your current thoughts on what role should Greece play at, if any?
Greece? I think I did a theory on it like a couple months ago. I think they're gonna go back to Greece to retrieve an item that fixes the realms. I know it's very specific, but there's gotta be a reason tied to the main story, and it's also gonna serve as, the catalyst for Atreus learning what his father did to his first family. I think that's the purpose of Greece, and it's gonna be like a short trip. I don't think you'd be able to go back at it again. It's gonna be a scripted moment, like where you just go. Tyr opens a portal, you go to Greece, you spent there like 30-40 minutes, and then you go back to Norse mythology. That's kind of how I see Greece.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't want to see Greece at all in the new game.
Some people don't. Yeah, why? Why exactly?
So see, there are two aspects to it. When it comes to the gameplay, right? When you go back to Greece, if like you said, it's a 30-40 minute thing. I feel like it's very limited amount of things that you can see about a Greece that has changed over a long period of time since Kratos was last in, right? You just get a very small glimpse of it, which just kind of leaves you lacking. Like, okay, I wanted to see a lot more, but we got maybe like 2% of what the idea was, and it kind of took away from the main story, right?
I got you.
The other aspect is, see, a lot of things, I feel like it becomes a little too fan servicey to bring Greece back in unless there's a real, kind of like emotional tie-in for Kratos to go there. Because I would think that Kratos at this point would want nothing at all to do with Greece, right? And there is, to be honest, nothing left back there that would have him go and, retrieve anything. Like, people keep bringing the sword of the blade of Olympus. It is an irrelevant item at this point.
Yeah, I don't think the blade of Olympus. It's gonna be a good enough reason for them to go back. I just don't see that happening. It's gonna be something more immediate to the story, right?
Yeah, I see. I would like it to be a reason for Atreus, an Atreus game, for him to go back to Greece, right? For him to go back to the roots of his father's life and all that. That's a good reason for Atreus to go. But for Kratos, as it is as a story, he's done with that place. Like it was to give a bad analogy, it was like an abusive relationship that you do not really want to ever approach again, right?
No, I'm not saying he would love a trip back to Greece. I just think they're gonna need to go back to Greece. I think there's gonna be an obligation involved. That's why the Blade of Olympus wouldn't be a good enough justification for them going. It's gotta be something bigger than the Blade of Olympus.
So, if you were to throw out a wild guess, what would you like it to be?
It's an item that fixes Ragnarok or something. Like I feel like the realms are gonna be destroyed, and they would have to go back to Greece to retrieve that thing. I'm not trying to plug in my own video. It's just that I explain it much better in the video. It's like a 10-minute video, and I explained better. I think it's a tier 1, Y tier something, Captain Kuba tier. Look up Captain Kuba tier.
I think I've seen that video. I remember what it is.
It's called Why Did Tyr Travel to Greece? That's the one. It's
yeah.
And there's a painting of him like giving the Greeks something. And I'm like, oh, I wonder what that is. Someone talks about that. I wonder if that's gonna be important to the story. And I believe that item is gonna be something that fixes the realms. So he gave that to the Greeks to fix their realm. And now Tyr's gonna be like, oh no, Ragnarok happened. We need that item again. Kratos and Atreus, go to get it, please.
Sure. I just get you having done like a thorough kind of like study of the game over the past 4 years. It's just that, don't you feel something like that would kind of be an ass pull without having kind of established it even like in a single frame in the previous game?
Yeah. No. I mean, that's what I mean. I think they already teased it with the Tyr mural, like him giving the Greeks something. Like, oh, I wonder what that is. And I think that was gonna be like the little hint, as you call it. Like that's the little thing that's gonna take us to that moment in the next game, right?
Okay, but fair enough.
If you disagree, it's okay. We don't have to agree on everything. It's all good, man.
No, I mean, if I'm proven wrong and Greece is in the game, I just hope they do it well. I just personally don't feel like going to Greece should be something that should be added, because I feel like it would be a fan service thing more than it is relevant to the story.
No, I agree. Like I wouldn't just want it to be a fan service thing. And again, like we go back to my main issue with the game. Like it's just the pacing. I'm afraid for it, right?
Exactly. That's another thing. It would kind of derail the pacing. Is my concern if they bring in Greece into the story.
I just kicked my camera. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I agree. Yeah.
Just quick, the last question, and then I'll bounce out of here.
Okay.
So one of the things that when you meet Mimir for the first time, he says that the man who cannot be killed cannot follow you to Jotunheim. Is it established why Baldur can't go to Jotunheim?
I don't remember that line, to be honest with you. I'm gonna have to play the game again. I don't remember it.
Yeah, when they meet Mimir on the top of the mountain, Mimir says from a tactical standpoint, it's the best decision for you to go to Jotunheim because Baldur can't follow you there.
Oh, I think it's because it's locked for us Guardians. Like he doesn't know the rune to enter the thing. It was before the portal was broken. Remember? So I think
I was trying to discern if that there was a deeper meaning to that, or is it just because only Mimir could access it and hence Baldur would be locked?
I think it's pretty straightforward. It's just like he doesn't know the rune to enter through the portal. That's it.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Like some answers just are more simple than the others, right? But I do appreciate stopping by. Right? It was fun talking to you for a little bit. Okay.
Definitely keep up the good work, man. See
you
around.
Take it easy, man. Honey, what is it? No. What? All right. Okay. All right. Let me let in Thamoe. I don't know how to say. I'm gonna give up on just pronouncing names. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, man?
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Just got my work situations figured out, which is pretty epic. But
you got your what?
Let's talk about God of War, right?
Yeah.
So you talk a lot about like no jump button, in the gameplay, right?
Yeah.
I have an idea for verticality that you could possibly use those shields Bruno was worrying about, and B, would kind of put verticality back into gameplay for maybe a more visceral thing. what if there was combat-specific verticality? Say you launch an enemy in the air, and instead of pulling the enemy down, you pull Kratos into the air, and that's how you get like air combos.
Well, I mean, yeah, we've already seen like a type of aerial attack in the trailer where he kind of leaps from that ledge thing,
Yes,
and he
but I
just
meant
does a
more-
ground slam. I would look the whole jump thing, aerial combat, is something I mostly stay quiet because I'm open to it. I would just have to play it. I don't know if it could work with the camera. That's my biggest issue with the
feel
jump
like-
thing.
I feel like it could if they made it more closer. Like he's focusing an enemy in the air, he throws them into the air to focus them,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
And like maybe the reason why I brought up shields in this is if you could put a platform down like that tower shield,
Mhm.
stick it into the ground, that'd give you a ramp to jump off of to make those aerial combos. That's
Oh,
like a cool-ish idea.
I mean, it could. It's one of those things that I'm open to it. My biggest concern about that would be the camera, right? And
yeah,
I'm open to it. I keep saying that, but I think how they should improve the combat is by adding more environmental kills and stuff. Like I don't know, like you throw an enemy onto spikes or something. You add more depth to it. Like there's a lot they can do with the axe.
Or like in those gameplay demos where they were destroying rocks and falling down. I don't know if you've seen that GDC conference where it was Kratos throwing his axe at the rebel and falling down, killing enemies.
Stuff like that. Yeah, like it adds more depth to it, right? But it doesn't have to necessarily be.
I also feel like they should really enforce the elemental stuff a lot more, because like there was a point where the blades, were effective against the frost people only, and the axe did nothing. But if you level up enough, that's one of my issues with the RPG thing. That like, it just does not work, right?
Which one? How so?
So remember how your frost axe is useless against them, the Hellwalkers. Right?
Oh, okay. So
if you
I
level
see.
up enough, your axe just attacks them normally, and it doesn't bounce off them anymore. And it's like, it's kind of like, I guess getting more influence from Doom in a way.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, I'm not saying get that deep with it, because God of War should be accessible. It always sort of has been.
Yeah.
Right? But like adding in the elemental variety, that partial verticality could be good for gameplay. Now, my one little story question. Do you think God of War can be God of War without Kratos?
I don't know. I'm not part of the development team, right? I don't know how.
As a fan, would you?
I think games with Kratos are obviously going to be much better received than the other ones. But I'm just open to it. I would love the idea of playing a prequel game with Faye. I would love that.
I would love that too. Yeah. I meant more like, you don't think they'll joel him, or would you like them joeling him, basically?
I think all of the gaming industry learned from that game that don't do that. I really think so.
Well, with how deep a friendship Corey has with Druckmann.
Yeah.
And how much of I don't like Druckmann as a person. So,
okay.
I mean, he seems pompous, but anyways.
I'll give you that a little bit. Yeah. He doesn't seem down to earth. I know what you're saying, yeah.
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 I feel like there might be a bit of influence there. But also.
Okay, look, let me just talk a little bit about that. Don't put too much... don't give that too much thoughts, like, the relationships between dev teams. I'm sure, like, they're friends and they get along with each other, right? But in a way, I feel like they kind of have to support the other games because it's just a business. Sony's like, hey, man, you better talk good about The Last of Us or something. There's no way Sony's going to let Santa Monica be like, The Last of Us 2 is crap. So there's a little bit of corporate, behind that. It's not just like Corey loves The Last of Us Part 2. He's not going to say exactly what he thinks about that game. It's professional courtesy, right? So
yeah, I mean, I think he has said he loves it anyways, but that's beside the point. I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Man, I was in the middle of thinking of something.
Well, I'm actually gonna add to that thought because you said like, would you? Because do you think like they would joel him or something? I'm gonna add. I saw a comment today that made me kind of excited and kind of scared at the same time. This guy wrote in one of my videos, dude, what if they kill Kratos at the beginning and you play as Tyr for the rest of the game, since he's the god of he's a god of war? So I'm like,
I'd hate that.
oh god.
I would personally fly to Santa Monica, look Rick Williams in the face and say, "Why?" You know, like I would.
I think it would be a weird experiment, right? The only way I could see it working is if Kratos comes back for like the later half. But if you were to ask me, no, I don't. I'd rather not. I would rather them stick with Kratos, right? Because it makes sense. Like they're developing that character arc. They're not just gonna be like, okay, well, he's dead, playing as Tyr now. Like that would be just stupid, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Sorry, go on. You
and
said
let's
you had another thing to say.
Yeah, and this will probably be my last thing. When oh, come on, I need to think of the words for this. Okay, because this is a story question, so I need to be very specific. Oh yeah, it's about Greece. Possibly, why not add Greece as not part of the Nine Realms, but like as a place to go back to, even if it's small, right? I know, like, I agree with you that Greece should be mostly used for, like, should be mostly used for grabbing the MacGuffin, right?
Yeah.
But what if there was like one or two small optional areas where like maybe the main path, right, talks about Kratos's past with his main family, like, but there's two optional areas. Maybe you're helping this fucking Greek family fend off a Cyclops or something. And like in that story, Kratos talks about his brother, right, as he's opening up in this area. Like that area is mostly for Kratos to talk about his past, maybe.
I don't know. This,
and like,
this is something I kind of agree with the previous guy who was talking about it. Kratos would not want to go back to Greece. It's not something he would want to do. And
I don't think he would, but I think if Atreus asked to go there.
Oh, you think he would go? I don't know. That's something I think we're gonna disagree on. I think
that's fine.
If the Greece part does make it into the game, it's gonna be like that. Red Dead 2 part in Guano. What was that like little island Arthur goes for a little bit? It's gonna be something like that. You know, you're there for a little bit, but I would love it. I really look. Yeah, fan service. Fan service is not very good, but hey, I like it to some extent. Okay,
fan service exists because fans like it.
Yeah, no, when you said fighting a Cyclops, I got a little bit tingly. I'm like, oh, dude, that would be so cool, man.
Imagine also, this is tiny. Combo kills with Atreus, like adding him into the animations when you're finishing off an enemy.
Yeah.
Now that he's grown, imagine like Kratos and Atreus both sticking their hands into the eye socket of the Cyclops, pulling it out together, holding it above their heads.
Oh, that's a tag team. Oh, and just from a mechanics point of view, dude, like, what if you? Okay, one of my favorite enemies in the God of War series is actually the elephant thing from Ascension. Because
I have not fought those yet.
It looks, I'm not gonna say it looks ridiculous. It looks really cool. It seems out of place, but it looks cool. The point is, mechanics wise, that enemy has 2 stages. When you finish him in the first stage, like he gets into this berserker mode where he breaks his weapon and goes like full on hand to hand. Imagine for the Cyclops. This is what I mean when I say I prefer mechanics over RPGs. Okay, imagine with the Cyclops. Okay. The eye is his main weakness. You throw the axe at the eye, and when you pull it back, you pull out the eye, okay? And this triggers, like, the second stage. It's a blind Cyclops who's just going all over the place. It's much harder to kill now. He can't see, but he's going all over the place. See, that's a mechanic that I would be interested in, right? As opposed to stats. Yeah.
Well, I agree with you that the RPG mechanics need to be revised, because how I would do the RPG mechanics is you're not really picking up stuff to level you up. You're picking up stuff that changes how you play, right?
Yeah.
So maybe, remember I was talking about like aerial-ish combat? Like you're not jumping, but you're launching enemies into the air, which launches you into the air, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you have the tower shield and this armor that lets you stay in the air for longer, or stuff like that. But it doesn't level you up or level you down. It's all the same level, technically.
Yeah,
right?
I got you, yeah.
Just it doesn't have, it has different abilities. That's what I would prefer over, you know,
Yeah.
the current. Oh yes, this you only get this one little talisman at this specific level, but you know it's a useful skill, but you don't get it if you want to have a max level build and want to have a chance against Gimme God of War.
Exactly.
You know,
Yeah.
Sigrun, right?
Yeah.
It's like.
Yeah, that's the whole RPG thing is just the one big thing that just kind of I feel icky about it. It's like the one thing in the game, right?
Exactly. It's like, gosh, you could have done it better, and I think they will. I do think they will, especially with
faith,
Eric Williams.
Yeah,
you
he's
know,
a beast. Yeah.
yeah, he's a beast. He was the lead of the combat in all the other God of War games.
Dude, he was a combat consultant behind Darksiders. He worked on that game as well.
So like, combat is going to be the main focus. Remember, Corey was the big story person, right? You had the lighting and graphics guy for God of War 3, and that's why it looked really good for the PS3.
Still looks good. People say God of War Ascension looks better. No, God of War 3 looks better in my opinion. Like, how crisp it looks, you can't beat it.
Exactly. So like, now that they have a combat guy as the main director, while I'm sure the story is going to be great, and I know Corey's a consultant, so it has to be.
No, he's producing the game. He's involved in it, right? He's
okay. I didn't know his exact title. I knew he was involved. Right?
Okay, with Corey, I think he's not even a producer. He's just like the head of studio right now. He's like the guy who greenlights all the projects now, right? So he kind of works on all of them at the same time, I think, right? It's one of those things that,
that's
like
why
you said,
I said more a consultant role, right? Like, they talk to him when they need something.
Exactly.
Type deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my vibes.
Yeah.
Well, I think I will let one of these other people who have been waiting forever to talk.
Thanks, man. It was fun talking to you. We agree on a lot of things, yeah.
All right.
Take it easy, man. Bye. All right, I'm going to let in PS Mile 123. What's up, dude?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, awesome. First off, love your content.
Thanks, man.
Keep it up. No worries. So I do have a few theories. I do apologize if it's kind of been brought up before. So in certain ways, I know that, how do you put it? Some people think that they may go to Greece again. I feel like it could be the possibility, but I feel that like Kratos will only do it as a last resort in the same way.
I agree.
That blades were only done because he needed it to save his son. If he didn't need to, then yes. The one reason why I originally wasn't thinking they would was because although God of War was although it was also kind of a story to kind of build the relationship between Kratos and Atreus in that journey, it was also a self-realization journey for Kratos himself, in that way that the first scene you see Kratos hiding his scars away from Atreus, and then in the Blades, Atreus saying, yes, I am a monster, but I am your monster no longer, and then the Tyr disappearing, and then the final scene on the mountain where he's saying, I have nothing left to hide, with the kind of letting go of the ribbons. Because he like letting go of his past. So in that sense, in my head, I was like, oh, in that sense, he's getting rid of the past. He's not going back to that. But then some of the videos that you brought up, I can understand that.
I've changed your opinion on it.
yeah. I was like, oh, okay. Another video is that you said is Atreus as a playable character as a kind of after the credits. So I'm kind of yes and no on this. The reason so the way I can see that they could do it is and I also want to get your opinion on it. So the first game, at some point when, of course, Kratos was getting electrified by one of the
Modi
brothers.
Modi,
Modi, yes. Yeah. You see a little bit of that Spartan rage within Atreus, but of course at that time he had that sickness because of him not knowing his true strength.
Yeah.
Of course, in the course of this game, Atreus is trying to find out more about himself and, of course, his own powers, which I'm guessing that in this he will, of course, gain more powers that maybe he might have a little bit of the teleportation, as well as like Agrabado and everything else in the timeline.
Yeah.
So it could be quite cool to see him with the becoming a wolf, or something like that, as well as maybe showing a little bit of more control of maybe that kind of Spartan rage from his father.
I have sorry to interrupt. Like I have this vision for like the Spartan rage to be introduced like right at the end. Like Kratos is about to die or something, or someone, and Atreus is finally able to. It's kind of like the Spidey sense in I think it's Homecoming or Far From Home. I don't know. It's when Spider-Man finally gets the Spidey sense, like it's activated and he's able to beat the guy.
Yeah.
Something like that. Like Atreus is gonna step up, like wah, and he's gonna pull the rage properly, right? But yeah.
So the one reason why I wasn't too sure of how they would work that was them saying, obviously you had God of War 1 to 3 was the Greek era. You had this kind of reboot, and then this one here that was meant to be more for the Norse one, this being the last of the Norse one, where there's the teasers that they wanted to do Egyptian kind of thing, that they had that whole Egyptian side of things, that where I thought maybe what could happen is, let's say if they did part ways, that of course Atreus / Loki could stay in the Norse area to become still learn more about himself to become truly Loki, whereas Kratos could then use, because in God of War 1 they were finding out that obviously the Tyr, I can't remember what it was called, but it was like kind of they were finding out how Tyr was moving in between realms, like traveling between different kind of areas. Kind of thing. So
with the Unity Stone,
I feel like so I was feeling that maybe that he could then use that as a kind of final goodbye to kind of then find himself in
like he steps through the portal and just leaves the Norse pantheon or something. I just think that the game is definitely gonna end with both of them splitting up, and that leads us to the post game. How the hell are they gonna do that, right? So
and then. But the thing is, if you were to say the post-game to suggest, would you say that the Atreus playability would, in some way, like how sometimes with Red Dead Redemption 1, in the way that obviously, spoilers, obviously I'm not sure if anybody else knows, but obviously when Red Dead Redemption 1, when the main character dies, and at the end of it, in the post, it ends being the son, but of course, afterwards he never could. Do you feel like they would do the same way with this, where
the more I think about it, the more I start to believe it. Like when I uploaded that video, I realized that I missed out a lot of points that could help my theory even more. Like there were more reasons for why I think we were gonna play as Atreus in the post game. Another one you brought it up, which is the rage. They're clearly teasing that Atreus is gonna have rage eventually in the future, right? And that's tied to gameplay. Kratos has rage, and it's part of the gameplay, right? Like, that's really interesting, right? And I would really love that idea, that you play the game as like the post game as Atreus, because it'd be respectful to the story. I don't want this game to have a happy ending. It sounds cynical, but I don't. It's Ragnarok. I don't want it to be a happy ending. I want the relationship to be. Go ahead.
I feel like you're right. Because I feel like in the same way with God of War 1, although it was a kind of bittersweet ending in a way, because
uplifting-ish, I got you.
Because although there was that kind of ending for Kratos and Atreus bonding as one, it was more of that connection with Freya that was then completely shattered, and etc. One final question. When I also, you were mentioning about the possible villains or gods, for example, that they could come come across.
Yeah.
One of them was Heimdall. Now,
definitely,
of course, the mention of the weapon of the horns. One thing that I've been actually kind of replaying God of War recently, just because the hype I've got for Ragnarok.
Yeah.
One thing I realized that kind of God of War 1 hints towards that is when you come across and you go to the areas or the dens of the Valkyries.
You see the horn, yeah. You see, you
see like the giant horns, which makes me think that maybe Odin or Thor instructed kind of Heimdall to maybe possibly kind of trap these Valkyries in these to kind of maybe.
Well, it wasn't Odin who trapped them. It was actually Sigrun herself. Like she's the one who tracked all of them down and put them in there. I think John Ford's the one who made a theory about this. It wasn't me, definitely. I think he talks about. No, I didn't mean that any. That made it sound like I wouldn't make that theory. I'm remembering like it definitely wasn't me. The theory is that Odin's chambers where the Valkyries are kept are actually in another realm or something. They're actually in Asgard, because when you go to the one in Helheim, it's not really snowy on the inside. It's daylight. I'm like, oh, that is a really interesting thing. The most likely answer is that they just wanted to save money. Like they're all the same, arenas, right? But if you want to go for a story twist, it could be that all of these chambers are actually in Asgard or something, and Heimdall could be very well behind it all. Will the horn be a weapon? I'm open to it. I'm honestly open to any weapon aside from Mjolnir, because Mjolnir from a gameplay perspective is just too similar to the Leviathan axe, and if they include a horn, it could be good. I don't know. Of course, people want Thor's hammer to be like the go-to weapon, right? But I just don't know. I'm open to.
I've just had a thought, and I want your idea of it just now.
Yeah.
Literally. So, do you know how you have the horn that's in the middle of the
bridge?
The bridge.
Yeah.
So you have the horn that is used to call Jormungandr. I can't remember how to pronounce the name.
Yeah, the snake. I got you. The Jormungandr. Yeah.
Yeah. What if that is not the only thing that can call him? But obviously, if you were to have these horns in a bit, like that could then possibly call the snake, and because obviously
use Heimdall's horn to call the snake. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because obviously Atreus was able, without the horn, was able to summon the snake at the end with a fight with Balder.
Yeah.
What if there was a way that, or rather than Atreus, that Kratos was able to use to summon the snake in regards to like maybe kind of like certain kind of quests, for example, or like certain kind of things that they might need, for example.
I just think the snake is too big. I don't like size-wise. I don't know how they could summon this snake without altering the world itself, right? That's the one thing.
Yeah. The only thing I was thinking about was mainly to do with like, let's say for example, although there was that, let's say for example, in that storyline, Loki is the father of the snake. So maybe if it was the case at some point, maybe in this, actually not no, because then that's too. I don't know.
I like how you debunked your own theory halfway through. I didn't even get a chance to listen to it.
I was kind of thinking with it being Ragnarok, and of course the snake being there at Ragnarok, to then go back in time, that if you thought that maybe during that story that a small lure snake of like the birth of the snake was there, who could be there as a companion. Because you had that video at one point that you might have the kind of build up of different kind of companions. One of them being that dark elf that kind of flew across over you. Mm-hmm. That obviously didn't attack you. But
like gaining allies. Yeah, I got you.
What if one of them, in the same way that you could use press square to use the arrows.
So
or,
you're
example,
talking about it in a gameplay mechanic sense. I got you. Okay.
Yeah. And in one of them, it'd be, okay, press, I don't know, R1 and circle, for example, to kind of summon like the snake or something. But it would be like a smaller one, for example, to
I think it was
do like attack.
I think it was Shane Static who made the video about there being 2 snakes in God of War Ragnarok, because we're gonna be time traveling, so they might bring another save back. I don't remember the theory, but it's something like that. It's possible that 2 snakes could, you know, coexist in the same timeline, and one of them is a smaller one. But from a mechanic perspective, I don't see it happening. I don't know. I think it would make it too convoluted. It would have to be tied to Atreus's communication powers or something, and I think that's what you're saying, that Atreus would be able to summon the snake or the dark elf. That's the only way I see it happening, but I much rather stay with the summons he has right now. Like, aesthetically they look better, and story wise it's not as complicated to make, because how exactly would he teleport the snake or a dark elf, right? That's kind of my concern with that.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just kind of having that thought when I wasn't too sure. Like I said, a lot of these things I wasn't too sure if had been mentioned before.
That's all good.
But yeah, currently at this moment in time, those were kind of my all 4/5 questions. But yeah, thanks for letting me up.
No worries, man. It was fun talking for a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and keep up the good work, man.
Take it easy, man. Thank you. Bye. All right, guys. I'm gonna go pee real quick, and then I'll get someone else. Okay, give me a second. Oh, you're in the bathroom?
Eat your food. No, I thought you said.
What do you want to say? You like lingering here in the bathroom? Sorry, I just didn't want to.
Cooking, quit doing that. Sit down. Wait.
I'm gonna let in actually wrist block real quick, and then I'll go to Maiku, because I know wrist block tried to get in earlier in something. I think he just couldn't think about what he wanted to say.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, man. Okay.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I remember now what I wanted to say. I had a theory about what's gonna happen in the new game.
All right, go for it.
My friend told me Kratos can get the black breath and touch the psychosis.
It's him again. It was fucking him again. I'm pretty sure it was him. I'm gonna be really embarrassed if it wasn't him, but I'm pretty sure it's him. Yeah, no worries, Yusuf. You're awesome. Hope the rest of the stream goes well and you have it. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate for you stopping by, dude. All right, let me let in Maiku. What's up, man?
Hey, Papo, que hola.
Yo, what's up? What's up, man? How you doing? Oh man, I channeled my Cuban there. I was like organic. I didn't mean to. What's up, man?
Hey, man. You just need a friend every now and then, you know, to remind you.
That I'm Cuban, yeah. I keep forgetting, yeah.
Hey, tú sabes, bro.
Tú sabes.
Hey.
How are you?
Yo, how you been? How's everything been? You know, since the wedding, how's Kona?
It's all good. we've essentially found out that weed is like the best medicine for her. So it's nice. It's good to finally get answers as to what helps her and what not. But it's all
Dude,
good.
that's great. Yeah. It helps my pops too. He's like getting up there in age, and he never ever like used it because the stigma that was
Yeah.
built up over the years.
Yeah.
And like the CBD little gummies and stuff,
Mhm.
it does wonders
Yeah.
for like him being able to sleep and some of the stuff he deals with. It's a great thing.
I
Yeah.
deal with the same thing with my dad. Like, there's this stigma. It's like, oh my god, it's a gateway drug. Like, I don't
Yeah,
want to
dude.
do heroin. I really don't. it's
The
so
reefer craze, remember that? Like,
Yeah.
that's what it was.
Yeah.
It's the devil's drug and whatnot.
Exactly.
No, it's great, but
Yeah.
anyways, all right, that's good, man. It's
How you
good
been,
to hear
man?
that
It's
you and
been
the
a long
family-
time. How you been?
It has, man. It has. I've been good, bro. What's it called? I've honestly just been waiting for this beloved freaking franchise to release a new game.
Come on, Santa Monica. Come on, man.
For real, man.
Yeah.
I've been on this MMO grind though. There's this new game that came out in North America called Lost Ark, which is like a Korean MMO.
Isn't that the
And
one with
I've
Vin
been
Diesel in it?
hooked. No. That you're thinking of Ark, like
Oh!
Ark Survival.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the dinosaur one. This is like an MMO.
Okay.
It's super fun. So I've just been like super hooked on that. But
Lost Ark, you
other than
said?
that, yeah, it's called Lost Ark. It's free on Steam. But
And it's new?
Anyways, yeah.
Okay.
It's a fun game.
Okay.
But going back to our game God of War, bro. So I saw. Did you get a chance to see that Ryan Hurst like little snippet that
Oh,
I think,
from the comic, the little panel thing where he says that Thor is 7 foot tall or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's his name made a video on it?
John Ford?
God, I'm blanking out. Yeah, John Ford. Dude, so he said something really interesting in that, and it makes me go back to when we saw the documentary on God of War and Chris Judge talking about like how he was approached for like playing the role of Kratos.
Yeah.
Okay. Like,
I thought he
both
auditioned though. Didn't
he
Christopher
did
Judge-
have to audition. But think about this, bro. Ryan Hurst was approached by both directors, and they went to his house. And
Yeah.
they were like, dude, this is our plan for the character of Thor.
Mhm.
And then like in the interview, he said like how complicated the story was.
Yeah.
And dude, if you look back at like Ryan Hurst's work, like it's pretty impressive, some of the roles that he's well known for. Like, I mean, one, Opie, everyone beloved character, right? Completely different. But the role of Beta, man, the role of Beta, he pulled off that role super
I'm gonna have
well.
to ask you, Beta from what show? I don't really.
Walking Dead.
Oh,
Dead.
he was in it.
Yeah.
Okay, alright.
He was.
It's funny.
Beta.
The only role, I'm sorry for interrupting, but the only role I remember from him is from We Were Soldiers. It's a
That's right. He is in that movie.
that's when he was
an oldie, man.
Yeah, when he was like
He was a
super young, he
sergeant
was
or
a
something,
kid. Like
right?
he's unrecognizable.
Yep.
He had a minor role, but that's the only one I kind of know him from. I can't really see him right now, but that's the only one where I remember him from. But sorry, go on. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. So, anyways, the point I'm trying to get to is like, and the way he talked about it, it's so short, but you can, sometimes like few words speak volumes, right? And I just feel like, if Corey and oh my god, I'm like blanking.
Eric Williams. Eric Williams.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Eric went to his house and like really tried to get him. I mean, let's not even try to think of what they had to do to pull off Richard Schiff as Odin, but on the focus of Thor.
Yeah.
Like, and he also saying in that interview, like, I just finished up the last of like my mocap for for Thor,
Yeah.
it makes me think, dude, like Thor is going to be so big in this game.
Yeah, no,
Like
yeah.
not just in like the gameplay, right, but in the story. And I keep going back to this, Cuba, bro. Like this is what was the first game? It was a story about father and son, family being like the core of it. And I just feel like, dude, this game is going to be a continuation of that.
It has to, yeah.
And it drives me to keep thinking, bro. I feel like they're gonna drop that little nugget there.
The famous Fjorgen thing.
I already know the Fjorgen thing, but I feel like that would add such a huge layer.
Sorry, Mike. Mike, give me a sec. What is it?
I made you lunch.
Oh, you did?
Worries.
Can you bring it?
Yeah, but you better fucking eat it.
No, thank you. I'm sorry. When I went to feed, she's like, "You better eat your bread." I'm like, I've been talking here. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just think if they add that little nugget of like we're not so different and we're actually, you know, related in some way, you know, this circle of family being kind of close knit, it just adds that extra depth and layer to the story. There being some sort of tie there, whether it be cousins or whatever it may have.
Yeah, like there's a family twist to it. I know.
That family twist would be just bonkers to me. I don't think that Freya is gonna be that big of a, I guess, focal point as far as like the narrative's concerned. I feel like we'll squash that beef relatively quickly, I think, in the story.
Yeah.
And then the rest is gonna pivot towards Thor, because dude, the amount of stuff we did to Thor in the first game, like, that's just gonna continue. And the fact that Eric is like, I don't want to talk about Odin, just makes my mind spin. What about you, dude?
Yeah, no,
like,
from what we know of Thor right now, he's not that interesting. He's just a big bully. That's all he is, right? But if you're right and he is somehow related to Atreus, it would make his character 20 times more interesting, right? Again, like I've told you this before, but like the only problem I have with that is I was listening to this book on like storytelling, and one of the rules in storytelling is that you can't have two different types of magic, like, because it'll makes it too confusing. Like you can't have magic and the force, for example. It just makes the story way too confusing. Like, wait, what? There's two powers. Like there can only be one. So I applied that same approach to, you know, these like characters, like, oh, he was for Bodhi all along, or Faye was Lao Fei all along. I don't think they're gonna do, oh, she was Lao Fei all along, and then in the next game, oh, she was also Fjorgen on top of that. If she wasn't Lao Fei in this game, if that wasn't a reveal, I would be 100% on board with your theory. I really would.
Let me correct that though. I don't think that Faye is Fjorgen. My theory was because it's been through so many things, dude. Cuba, I don't blame you, bro. Like I've iterated on it. There's been many iterations on the theory. I believe that Fjorgen was somebody that was related to Faye. I don't think it's actually Faye herself.
Okay.
What I believe is that Faye and Fjorgen, because Fjorgen was a giant.
Yeah.
For those that don't know.
Yeah.
So I believe that they were related somehow, whether it be mom, sister, you know. I believe that connection can be there. And so that just adds to the fact that, dude, you don't bring out Ryan Hurst just to play a one-dimensional like bully character. You bring him to your game because your narrative and his acting chops are necessary for the portrayal of that character.
That's a good point. Yeah. That's really is a good point. Like Thor cannot be one-dimensional because if he is like they would have wasted money on Ryan Hurst then. I get your point 100%. Like you said, like it's not often, not even Christopher Judge had that privilege of like them going over to his house and be like, hey, we need you to play Kratos. Like this is, it doesn't happen in video games that often. Like you have to audition for them, right? But
Mhm.
when they go out of their way, like, no, we need Thor. Like, you're right. Like, Thor has to be a huge character. I just don't know what that twist is gonna be. And I would be down if there was like a family connection or something. But
Something.
but it can't be too like far away from like the what do you call like close immediate family. Like Kratos and Thor cannot be like second cousins or something.
No.
Otherwise, like
Yeah.
it wouldn't have that impact. You know, like you're my what? Like oh, you're my mom's sister's son.
Right. Right.
It makes it too like the connection makes it too blurred. Like it's not as important anymore, right?
Yeah, exactly. But if the connection is there, that's when you're able to unravel this extra layer that I keep talking about of, narrative impact. Certain scenes will be more intense because there's that familiar connection, and maybe it doesn't have to be blood related, but at the end of the day, I mean, Ryan Hurst is one thing as Thor, him being so key to this storyline, but I keep thinking back, dude, Richard Schiff, like, why Richard Schiff? I was looking at like some of the episodes that he did in like West Wing and stuff, and I mean, if there's anybody that does like angry scenes like really well, it's Richard Schiff, man. He puts on like a show.
I gotta be honest. I'm gonna have to start watching his show. I'm not very familiar with his work, but I know he's not just a voice actor. He's pretty big too, right? So
yeah, he's always been like B-list actor. Great in TV.
Yeah.
Like some minor roles in movies. He was in that show. The most recent thing that I can think of, honestly, is that show Ballas with The Rock.
Mhm. Yeah.
He's in that one, but I mean that was like kind of like a comedy. West Wing was like that show that he was a part of for a very, very long time. I think they had like multiple seasons, like over 5.
Uh-huh.
And I think that's one of the biggest things on his IMDb. But I'm excited, bro. I'm so excited to see Thor and Odin, and like I don't want this storyline or this narrative to be distant, like it's clear that we're team Kratos and team Atreus.
Right, yeah.
I feel like at the end of the day we will, no matter what, because that's the character that we're playing. But I want there to be almost like some sort of like Thanos perspective,
like you sympathize
Thanos
with the
is
character.
clearly horrible,
Yeah.
right? But he's a good villain because you understand that
He's
what
relatable.
he's trying to do.
Yeah. Same with Baldur. Baldur, in my opinion, is
true.
one of the most relatable villains ever. And
Exactly.
it's gonna be a downgrade if, like you said, he's just a big bully. Like it's not. I don't know. But I don't know. But we go back to this issue. Like we got Freya, we got Thor, we got Odin, we got Kratos, we got Atreus.
It's a lot, bro.
How
yeah.
the hell are they gonna do
Lot
this?
to get in.
How?
It's a long. I mean, if Jaffe is right, and this, there's over, what do you say, 40 hours? I think.
Yeah.
I mean, the first game, I feel like I finished that one in like half the time. I think. So if it's double that, and considering a first playthrough, I'd probably add like another 10 hours because, to be honest,
some puzzles.
people like you and me, we're just gonna be like sitting there looking at stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
But I don't know. You are right. So the other thing, the last thing I wanted to bring up is, I don't know if you found this, Cuba, like during your research of some of like the IMDb characters. Like I think one of them is like supposed to be like the son of Odin. I forget his name. Very
Skolger?
minor. Starts with an S.
I think it's
But-
Skolger.
What's his name?
It's Skolger, I think.
Skolger. Yeah.
I might be mispronouncing that. Yeah. In the mythology, he's like one of the sons of Odin, like, and he was the king of Denmark, I think. Something
Denmark, right? So like that in itself, right? We're in Scandinavia, and unlike Greek gods, Greek gods, they all were from Greece, and in Norse mythology in particular, just because of the nature of the mythology and history, like, there are traces of Odin that go back to Germania, like in Germany. Like some people actually used Odin as part of their belief system.
Yeah.
And in like some of the stuff that I read, like Odin didn't originate in
Oh my
in
god, this
Scandinavia.
cat scared the crap out of me. Holy crap. She just jumped. I thought it was Alexandria. Cat, what are you doing? Can you guys even see her? I don't know if you
I love cats.
She owns the place. She's yeah, anyway. Sorry, go on. I
Yeah,
didn't mean
that's
to interrupt.
they're constantly plotting to kill you.
Yeah.
And things like that.
Just came out of nowhere.
But anyways, yeah, like so I feel like maybe that could be something interesting if we find out that Odin isn't actually like from like Norway, like he kind of came to the pantheon and took over.
I mean,
know,
it would support
post-
like that idea that Tyr was the original king of the gods, and then he got kicked out
Right.
by Odin, right?
Right. And I feel like it's just so natural with this pantheon that we're in. You know, we know that obviously Mimir isn't from Scandinavia.
Yeah.
You know, he came from the Celts.
Yeah.
So that in itself, just that situation in this Norse pantheon, the fact that everyone is almost a foreigner, if you think about it, it doesn't really make Kratos that much of an outsider at the end of the day.
Yeah, he's just part of the mixture. Yeah, I got you.
Where I feel like it lends more to the, you know, the theory that, you know, hey, maybe we're not just only gonna stay in, you know, in Midgard and the Nine Realms. for
This is
game.
your other theory. The
Like-
palm trees are in Egypt or something, right?
Oh, I 100%. Like at this point, there's no changing my mind on that. That
Okay.
100% is Egypt, but
Okay.
I'm more so like interested to see the whole Bifrost thing, dude. Like, I really feel like Ratatoskr, we're gonna be riding that freaking squirrel up the, up Yggdrasil,
It's
man.
a giant squirrel, and we're gonna be riding it up and down the tree.
It's not too crazy to believe, bro. Like, I mean, we don't have a Bifrost, like, unless we get taught, and that's maybe why we go to Svartalheim.
Yeah.
But I don't know if we're gonna like be using the realm travel bridge anymore, dude. That thing's frozen solid, and the one direction is Jotunheim.
Yeah.
So maybe in Jotunheim, while we're there, you know, that's where we meet Angerboda, and maybe we learn about temporal magic, and you know, we learn a way to travel, you know, travel between realms differently, and maybe that's where, you know,
If
Brock
look,
and
if
Sindri find
this
us
was a
and teach us.
PlayStation 5 game only, like if it was an exclusively PlayStation 5 game, I would say that yeah, they would change how we're gonna do time travel, not time travel, sorry, the realm travel, so it's faster, so it's more cinematic, I guess. But as it is right now, I think they're gonna stay with the same thing. Given that this is a PS4 game as well, I don't know if they're gonna, you know, rock the boat too much when it comes to that.
Well, they can still accomplish the same thing even with a PS4. Like, the thing about the PS5 between the PS4, Cuba, I feel like sometimes people underestimate.
Oh yeah,
the
I know
power of
nothing about
illusion.
tech, so if you can
Yeah, yeah.
correct me, it's all good. It's okay.
Yeah. So the thing that made Ratchet and Clank like so crazy was the fact that within a second you're in a new instance, and you're like immediately in like a new playable zone. With what they did in God of War 4, you know, you're in the realm travel room, and basically you're in a walking animation. You're stuck within
A load screen.
or
You're just
in a
load-
walking load screen,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
They can accomplish the same thing with, you know, basically you go into the realm between realms, you know, and then you know, you walk to your door, or you walk to your fall off, or you know, you're riding an animation of Ratatoskr to the other realm.
Yeah.
They can accomplish the same thing. The speed thing isn't a big deal, because at the end of the day, this is a narrative game. But
I will say though, the whole Ratatoskr thing, they if they are gonna do that, they better make it look good, because it's very easy to make it look ridiculous. Just Kratos riding this huge ass squirrel. It's just gonna look funny if that's the case.
yeah, you know what? Now that I think of it, it'd be really cheesy, but you know,
You like cheesy.
I don't know. Hey, man. If I get to ride like a badass girl that, Atreus is friends with, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hey.
I will say, though, Mike, if your theory about Fjorgen and, there being a connection to Atreus and Thor and all that is right, I will invite you to a podcast just for you, okay? So you can tell me how right you were, because I know you've been defending that theory since day one. Like, you go back home, you work on it, you have the board with a bunch of, notes connected to each other. I will let you boast in the glory of having predicted that big story moment.
I don't want to boast on it, but I mean, I will say, like, I just feel like if they did do that, bro, this game would be diving into that, like, Last of Us category of, like, thought process of being able to make a game closer and closer to a medium that's acceptable by everybody and a storyline that really captivates you. And, if he's right, Corey, and the fact that he laid Easter eggs for way later and then, like, basically the sequel, like, if we start getting into this realm of, like, everybody's related and, there's little Easter eggs here and there, I don't know. I just feel like God of War can really expand, and we can start seeing it on TV, movies.
Oh no!
Hey, I'll appreciate that invite, bro.
Yeah, no worries, man. God of War is pretty big. I'm sure we're gonna see stuff like that. Like, if it continues to be like that, then yeah, we're gonna see more of those things.
I didn't get to ask you that. What do you think about Amazon picking up God of War versus, like, it being on HBO Max or Netflix?
I feel like I would prefer HBO just on the violence
I don't trust
side.
Amazon, bro. I don't.
Wait, what did I say? I said I think I prefer HBO, right? Did I say that?
Yeah, you did. I don't trust Amazon, dude. Like, I feel like the only thing that makes sense to me is, like, they could probably reuse some of the stuff that they spent, like, millions of dollars on with, like, the Lord of the Rings series that they did. You could probably use a lot of the props and, like,
like the mythological setting and stuff. Oh, I got you.
Yeah, it's semi-similar.
That's a nice thought. I never thought about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, but I don't know, man. As far as, like, a story-driven series where they need to do right by, almost like let's be real, God of War is a marquee franchise for Sony. I would trust HBO more than Amazon, but
I would prefer it to just I guess on the violence side. Look, I don't really watch Amazon shows. I have Amazon Prime, but I don't really watch shows from them, and maybe that's because of that. Because I haven't seen one of them that just captivates me enough. I heard that the one who's making God of War did also the Wheel of Fortune, and apparently that show sucked.
Dude,
I don't know.
Are you serious? Oh my god. I'm praying that they do it justice, because they spent so much damn money on the Lord of the Rings show. Like, at least it has that going for them. Like, Amazon has, deep pockets.
Yeah.
But
they do. But we have to be honest. God of War is nowhere near Lord of the Rings. In the gaming world, yeah, but Lord of the Rings is huge, man. Like, of course they're gonna put a lot of money into it, and I'm hoping they do right by God of War, but I have to look at it more realistically, I think.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
But anyway, Mike, it was good talking to you. I'm gonna let someone in because I do need to go within an hour. I have to go and pick up my.
Thank you for your time, brother.
No
Always
worries, man. No worries. Take it easy, man.
Easy.
Bye. All right, Sean Awesomeness, what's up, dude?
Can you hear me? Is my mic?
Yeah, all good, man.
Okay. How was the bread?
What?
How was the bread?
Oh, the
that
bread's
she gave
good.
you?
Yeah. Bread's good, yeah.
I have a very controversial. Let me just fix up my settings because I can barely hear you. Can you talk right now?
Sorry, what's that?
Can you talk? Cause like I can barely hear you. I'm on my phone, so.
Oh, can you hear me now? Hello.
Let me switch.
I'm gonna keep talking until you let me know. Okay? Is it good now?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you good.
You sound far away now.
Oh, cause like I switched to my headphones. Is that okay? Is that a problem or no?
Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a very.
I will say people are saying mad sus in the chat, okay? And given the past people, I am a little bit sus, but it's okay. Go ahead.
I have a very controversial opinion. I think God of War 3 Kratos is stronger than God of War 2018 Kratos.
Okay.
And I know a lot of people love to bring up Corey's tweets where he said that 2018 Kratos won without a doubt. But I think Corey only said that either he was marketing the game even further, or he was just trolling. Because like we don't know what's going on in Corey's mind. He's a very tricky guy to understand, right?
Yeah.
So I have a lot of reasons debunking the whole statement of 2018 Kratos being stronger than God of War 3 Kratos. Because 2018 Kratos is extremely depowered. Like, I know he's holding back, but he's still like extremely depowered. All he has is the Leviathan Axe, the Blades of Chaos, the Guardian Shield, and Spartan Rage. In the novels, it's confirmed that the Blades of Athena is an upgraded version of the Blades of Chaos, and the Blades of Exile is, obviously an upgraded version of the Blades of Athena. So,
yeah.
And like God of War 3 Kratos is extremely really hacked, right? Like he's really like overpowered. He has a lot of amps, a lot of weapons. He has the Blades of Exile again. He has
In items,
Claws
yeah,
of
and
Hades,
he's got way more items than God of War 2018 Kratos, yeah.
Yeah. He has the Claws of Hades that can strip away souls or summon souls. He has hope itself. He has hope, and he has the Blade of Olympus. A sword that was summoned from heavens according to Ascension. So, Kratos is extremely powered in God of War 3. And I know Corey stated in an interview that 2018 Kratos still has like a small fraction of hope. But that's still very little, like a small fraction, because we don't know like how much that really is.
Yeah.
In the website, it's confirmed that God of War 2018 Kratos has like a hidden power that's like rusting, and it's obviously not hope because again it's a small fraction. But I feel like if Kratos releases that power, I think at best he'll be around like God of War 2 full God Kratos,
So God of War 2018 Kratos is God of War 2 Kratos, like the power.
Yeah, the full God, like full God in the beginning where Kratos becomes like giants, like full God.
I feel like developers put themselves in corners just by making sequels because they have to keep raising the stakes. They can't go out and say, oh yeah, in our current game, Kratos is much more weaker. It's not good for sales, I think, right? So they're kind of forced to. Officially, I have to say, no, God of War 2018 is much stronger than God of War 3. But just from looking at God of War 3 Kratos, I would say that one is a lot more dangerous, a lot more powerful, right? Because he's completely, for one thing, blinded by rage. And like you said, he's got all of that hope power, right?
Yeah.
But again, it's one of those things that I have to go by what Corey says. Like, nope, it's 2018 Kratos,
Yeah. But like 2018 Kratos lost a lot of amps. Like he no longer has Hades' soul inside of him. He lost Cronus' amp. Like he doesn't have he lost everything. Like
in God of War 3.
Yeah, like he lost everything in God of War 2018. He's back to square one.
Yeah, people ask me about what happened to the magics and all that, and there might be a story reason for it, but I think it's one of those things where we have to say no. It's because it's a game. You need other magic attacks, so they just don't use the ones you had before. But I know
the community is gonna I know the entire chat is going to disagree with this.
What's that?
But,
can you repeat that again?
I know chat is going to disagree with this and say that 2018 Kratos will win.
No, it's all good.
I had to tell my opinion about this because I just can't agree with Corey. I think it just doesn't make sense for him to be stronger. Because I remember in Twitter, Bruno, he stated that Zeus will beat Baldur without a doubt, and I know a lot of people defend God of War 2018 Kratos and saying that Baldur was Kratos' strongest enemy that he's ever faced.
Yeah.
Because that's what's said in the novels. But I want to debunk that real quick. Because you gotta take into consideration, before Kratos' journey to the mountain, all Kratos has been doing in Norse was fighting armies like joggers, wolves, trolls, bears,
Yeah.
And Baldur was Kratos' first challenge in decades. Last time Kratos had a challenge was his war against Olympus. So also Kratos thought that Baldur was at first was just a regular mortal. He didn't think Baldur was a god. So I think what Kratos was thinking about that whole situation of him being the strongest, I think he meant strongest mortal instead of strongest god, Because because obviously guys like Perseus or like Captain Pollux will not survive being crushed in Molotov. So like
Yeah.
Kratos seeing Baldur survive that. I'm completely surprised at them, and I know a lot of people like to take another quote from the novels and say that Kratos like rain skipped his memory to find out like how to like they beat this guy from like he has past experience. I think he was just looking at memories like strategies when he was a Spartan, you know.
Okay. I think I'm
Yes.
following. You are speaking a little bit too fast, and I'm having trouble understanding some of it. But I do think I get the gist of it. I disagree with Santa Monica on some things as well. Like the whole time travel thing in God of War 2, to me, it doesn't make any sense. Bruno keeps telling me, no, it makes sense. Like, nope, it doesn't. I could be wrong, or he could be right. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But there are things that developers just have to say just for, the sake of selling the game, right? And like you said, it doesn't make sense for the novel saying that Baldur is the strongest, god Kratos has fought up until this point, right? Like Bruno said, Zeus could easily kill him, and I agree with that, right?
Yeah.
So I don't really get too much into power scaling videos. It's not really my type, my cup of tea. I don't like it because to me, these are fake worlds at the end of the day, right? And it's very easy to be like, no, you see, the Valkyries go through time, therefore Kratos is faster than the speed of light. Yeah, maybe, okay, but he doesn't look like it, okay? He doesn't look like he's faster than the Flash, okay? Let's be honest, right? But
like guys like Seth the programmer, like he normally like goes through lore instead of like actual gameplay feats. Because like I remember he brought like an interview from Corey like when he was playing God of War 2 again. He said like Kratos can do all these type of crazy things like lift the entire world, but cannot open the chest.
What? Sorry, you're gonna have to speak a little bit slower. I didn't get any of that. I'm really sorry.
Oh, sorry. Guys like Seth the programmer.
Seth the programmer. Yeah, I've seen his video. Yeah.
He said that he would always like he studied that he would always go feats from lore because like I remember he brought like a little video of Corey saying that Kratos can do all these type of crazy things like lifting the entire world.
Oh,
but
yeah,
can't open the chest. But can't open the chest.
Yeah, he did a lot of research on that, and yeah, the whole exactly like the whole opening chest thing to me. Canon Kratos is the one I see. I don't know. I don't really care about this. This Kratos that can hold the moon or something. It's kind of ridiculous to me, right? Like I like to go by what I see, right? And the whole opening chest things. It had to be done like that because it's a gameplay mechanic. It can't just be so easily, right? There's gotta be some struggle to it, right? Same with the doors.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I would just looking at it, I would say yeah, God of War 3 Kratos is stronger than God of War 2018. Sorry, but officially that's not what we know. Yeah.
I had to bring this topic because I remember on Reddit I saw like a meme saying that like the final boss like Thor, but then like it says that never mind, the final boss is like God of War 3 Kratos as a clone, and then some person like on Reddit commented saying that 2018 Kratos would crush him, and I replied saying that I disagree, and I got downvoted to oblivion. I got like 10 downvotes.
Well, with God of War 2018, like there's this whole justification that we can apply to Kratos and say that he's just holding back. He's trying to be better. So in a way, he's still God of War 3 Kratos without some of the power of hope, but he's still just as vicious as he was in the previous games. He's holding it back now. That would be like the story justification for it.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
You don't like it, I know.
I just can't agree with Corey. I gotta say that God of War 3. I know Corey, he's the director and all, but I think all he just did was to market the game. That's what it. Yeah.
Oh, I got you, man. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about, or was just the whole power scaling thing? Because I'll be honest, this really isn't my topic. I don't really do any of this. Like I kind of make fun of it, to be honest.
I also want to bring one thing that I want to say for like Ragnarok. Everybody thinks that like the Blade of Olympus will return. I don't think so, in my opinion, because in the end of God of War 3, you can see like the Blade of Olympus depowered. Like you don't see the power anymore. Like after like Athena like pulled it out of Kratos, like you don't. It doesn't glow anymore. It's pretty much like the
I was actually like replaying that part again the other day to get a clip, and it's something really interesting. It's interesting as in like you get to see how there's constant retcons in these games, right? Or at least that's how I saw it. I saw that, and for the first time I realized like, oh my god, like when the blade goes out of power is because he doesn't have the power of being a god anymore. He gave it to humanity. Like that was, I feel like that was Stig asked me since like endings. Like, oh, he gave hope to humanity along with this godly power or something. He's no one anymore. I feel like Stig just wanted to end the game there. But then again, he did add the Trail of Blood thing that led to the cliff, right? But about the Blade of Olympus, we might get it, but it's not gonna be like the reason for going there. I keep saying that. I'm a broken record, but I just don't think. I don't think they're gonna repeat the moment. I have to return home and dig up a past. Like, they're not gonna do that moment again. It's gonna be too cheesy.
Like I 100% agree with your theory about the whole like MacGuffin thing about going to Greece. I 100% agree with that one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Blade of Olympus, I cannot agree with the community with that one. So
you agree or you don't agree? Sorry, can you repeat that?
I agree about going back to Greece, but I do not agree with the Blade of Olympus returning.
Blade of Olympus,
I think, I think that's gonna be gone forever.
Yeah,
So,
if we're getting Mjolnir, then I doubt we're gonna get the Blade of Olympus as well. That's kind of my view on it. I don't know. I don't. You don't want too many weapons, right?
I mean, like two more weapons might be pretty cool, but that's about it.
Yeah, you don't want the same issue God of War 3 had, which is it had a lot of weapons, but they were all pretty similar to each other in how they played, right?
Especially the Nemesis whip.
Especially
That
what?
was-
Which one?
Especially the Nemesis whip. You know the lightning.
Oh my god, I fucking hate the Nemesis whip. They're so fucking similar. The only new thing is that you hold down square or triangle. That's the only thing.
I also like the magic attack where like it stuns enemy. That's like the most useful thing about it.
No, I'm not saying it's not useful. People always tell me, no, these weapons are good. They're so useful. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about how they feel when you play them. The Barbarian Hammer in God of War 2 sucks. I hate it. It's too slow.
Yeah, it is slow, but
yeah,
the Barbarian Hammer is actually like really useful for Titan difficulty. Like that saved my life when I was doing
that's
that.
what people say. Yeah.
Yeah, but I hear you. Barbarian Hammer is slow. Their Destiny is way better.
Yeah. But yeah, dude, thank you so much for stopping by. I'm gonna let someone in because I do have to like go within 50 minutes now. I've been doing this for 3 hours. Thank you. Take it easy, right?
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too. All right, Soldier of Kratos. After Austin the Hunt, I'm not gonna take any more guys. So he's gonna be the last one. I'm gonna do these guys here, and that's gonna be it. Did I let him in? Invite sent. He hasn't accepted yet. Alright, I'm gonna let in dismiss. I'm gonna let in Mo Beast Gaming. Hey, what's up, man?
What's up? How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, man.
Yeah.
I don't really have a question or anything. I just want to just say thanks for everything you do, man. That's pretty much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. It's kind of weird saying thank you to someone like you when I have my mouse on top of like on the move to audience thing, because that fucking idiot, man. I know he's gonna be.
I know. I there's a few people that I've seen that I saw like pop in. I was like, oh, that kind of seems super sus. So
yeah,
I don't blame you, man.
No,
you
come in like thank you for everything you do, and I'm like thank you, like still being sus, you know.
It's all good, bro.
Yeah,
it's all good. I don't know if you remember me. I posted a video of myself cosplaying and working out as Kratos, and you had reshared it a few months back.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it was on Twitter. It's also on my YouTube. I've uploaded on my channel, but yeah, I just wanted to say thanks, man, and everything you do. Like, I love your videos.
Thanks,
I don't know
man.
why it took me so long to be a member or anything. I didn't know this was
It's
part
all
of
good.
the.
Don't worry about it. I'm
Yeah,
not.
man,
I haven't been exactly on top of the whole memberships here on the channel thing. I've been taking a long ass break. But I do appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
It's all good, man. I just want to say thank you and say what's up and just keep it up, man. That's all.
No, you keep up the same work. You do amazing cosplays, man.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
All right, take it easy.
Take
man.
care. No problem.
Kuba son. Yeah, this name could not be more sus. But we'll see. It has become a game at this point. What happened? Why is everyone calling sus? You're gonna have to watch the video again. I don't feel like getting into it right now. It's too long of an explanation. Oh, there he is. Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
1 second. What's up, my friend? I have 10 soldiers in this.
Yep. Anyway. I fucking knew it. It's these people, the best thing to do, like from now on I'm not even gonna talk anymore about it. Because that's what they want. They have nothing better to do and they just come in like trolling and ruin this whole thing. But it's okay. What's up, Groovy Lou? How you doing?
What's up? How you doing, man?
All good, man.
Nice. Hey, bro, thanks for your videos, man. Thanks for like doing all this stuff in the God of War community.
No worries, man. I do love doing this, but thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so I have this theory, right? I just want to bring it to you about the fucking mural at the end of the
I like the anger you show, like the fucking mural. Like you've been thinking about this for 3 years.
This shit has been haunting me for 4 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've been thinking, so at the end of the game, right, you see this mural and it's like Atreus holding somebody. And I was just thinking, because the end of the game is so weird with like you walk into the light and like you hear Faye's voice, and it reminded me a lot of like when in God of War 3, you open Pandora's box, right, and then you hear like your other wife's voice, and
when
it's
you
like
see
also
her,
like
the I know what you're saying. Yeah, like when you fear Kratos and you're just walking through that area.
where you like it's like everything is dark around you. It's like
Yeah. That when Zeus kills you.
Yeah, exactly. So this thing, it reminded me a lot of that whole light thing. So I was just thinking, I don't know why I was thinking, but I was thinking maybe at the end of the God of War 3, Kratos releases like the thing out of Pandora. I don't know what he releases. At the end of God of War 3, when he dies, there's like this big light coming out of him, right?
The
and he
power
shoots
of
it into
hope.
the sky.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, what if like at the end of the game, like Atreus somehow like gets teleported there, and that's like the reason why Kratos is like able to survive, right? Because they can like walk. There's this thing about light, and obviously being able to time travel through the light. And then I was just looking at the similarities of like the artistic like way they like depict it at the end of the end of both games.
When
I
you
was
say
just
like Kratos goes there, you mean in the Light of Alfheim or the place in God of War 3?
I mean both. Like the light of Alfheim at the end reminds me of that sequence. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like it reminds me of that whole Pandora's box, and it's like depicted as a light. So what I was just thinking, my idea was maybe because through with the light, right, people are like able to travel to places. So here comes Tyr, and like he has a gift for all these pantheons, but it's not a gift. It's like the Pandora's box. It's like something evil, right?
So you think Tyr's spreading the evil?
Yeah, I believe so.
You think Tyr's a bad guy?
Yeah, I believe
Wow,
so.
okay.
I think that's going to be the twist of the game. I think it's too obvious for him to be a good guy. And
I
like
think
the only
he's gonna be a complicated guy. I don't think it's gonna be like so black and white. I think
no, that's not.
Go ahead.
That's not what I think. I believe he does that because he doesn't like Kratos. He doesn't like gods.
Okay.
So he gives them this sort of thing so they go out and destroy each other. But I believe that's his plan because like this Pandora's box thing and like the light of Alfheim and like this whole sequence of like you hear Faye's voice, you hear your old wife's voice. It's like very similar, and it's like I don't know, the mural at the end, it just seems like it's too obvious for like just for Kratos to die. I think
Oh yeah, I
I
agree.
was just thinking about it because like the game has a lot of old references to the older games, right?
Uh-huh.
So why shouldn't the ending have like the ending is still you don't know anything about it. So I think they have to explain it in some sort of way.
Well, I don't think it's gonna be like that fear section, because that section, I believe, I'm pretty sure it takes place in Kratos' mind. It's not really a physical place like Helheim or the Light of Alfheim. It's something that just happens within Kratos' consciousness. That's why he sees his wife. That's why he sees like the other stuff. An argument can be made that the Light of Alfheim is kind of similar in that sense. But I just know, I agree with you. I think it's too simple for it to be just Kratos. It's too much of a simple plot twist, right? But
Yeah.
I don't think Tyr is gonna be like flat out evil. I think it's gonna be he's gonna be a complicated character in the sense that he has his goals and like they might get in the way of Kratos. But it's not necessarily that he's evil. But I could be
Yeah,
wrong.
but,
I
like-
mean, like we don't know anything
Yeah,
about this
right.
character.
True.
Yeah.
Actually, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that. Yeah.
All right, man. No worries. Yeah. All right. Thank you for stopping by.
Hey, thank you, dude.
All right. Thanks. I'll let in Lord Close Quad. Nice name. Is he coming in?
Oh wait, I was muted. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Hey, Kuba, how's it going?
Not bad, man. It's been, I mean, I've seen your name for a while. I just haven't had time to get to you. I'm finally like
Yeah,
finishing up like this thing. What's up?
Yeah, I heard you about to close out, so I was like, let me get these questions off.
Yeah.
So I heard you talking about or asking the question on why Kratos was immortal. I wondered if him taking Hades' soul had anything to do with that. Was that ever touched on?
I did a video on that. I just don't remember what I said in the video. Bruno's... no, I essentially no. It doesn't have anything to do with that. Hades' souls only gave you the ability to go through the Hyperion gates in God of War 3 and also to swim in the river Styx, which is
Right.
very disappointing if you think about it. I don't. It's one of those theories that I don't believe but I completely relate to your desire to it be true, right? Because it's like you have Kratos takes the soul of like one of the top 3 gods of the Greek pantheon, and that's all you get out of it, like going through
Right.
portals and swim in the river. Like I wish there was more to that, but I just don't think there is.
Yeah, I was really surprised that they didn't do anything with that. Even when he killed himself, like at the end of 3, I just assumed that it was because, like, I saw the trail and I was like, somebody either dragged him off for there, or he's alive because he has Hades' soul.
Yeah.
So I thought that was kind of pointless for them not to do anything with that.
Well, I mean, like, if you look at
my
God of
other
War,
thing,
sorry to interrupt. Like, if you look at God of War 3, it's kind of sad what happened to that game, because I love God of War 3, but it is essentially like a boss fight simulator. It's like you going through
right
place to place. It's not really focused too much on the story. Like most of the story gets told at the end of the game, and that's kind of that was a
Right.
flaw from God of War 3. I would have loved it if Hades' soul was involved in it somehow. I just don't know how they would do it though.
yeah, I think that was because just mostly it was just like one big continuation of 2. So
yeah,
like that story started in 2 and it just continued over carried to 3, and it was kind of just the same story. Nothing really changed. There were no like new revelations in 3.
Yeah.
So that's probably why that was set up the way it was.
Yeah.
My other thing was the post game about for the Ragnarok.
Yeah.
I was wondering if that could be, because I kind of agree with you on him and Kratos separating. I was wondering if like you thought maybe like Loki would stay behind in the Norse world and kind of because I think in actual mythology Baldur was supposed to like come back to life, and he was the one that restored
Yeah, he was one of the few gods that stayed alive alongside Modi and Magni, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so
And
I'm
Njord.
wondering if there's going to be like a subtle change with that, and they kind of take that liberty and run with that. Kratos is, let's say he leaves and makes his way to Egypt or whatever happens to him, and then Loki kind of stays behind because I think he's the catalyst for good gods returning.
Yeah.
So that would kind of make sense for him to like stay back and kind of fix everything that was messed up during Ragnarok.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, if I am right, and they are going to split, there's no way that Atreus is gonna leave the Norse pantheon and Kratos is gonna stay. Kratos only stays in that place, well, I guess because he's comfy there, but also because
Right.
of his son. Like, if his son is not gonna be a part of his life, what does he care about, finishing up the side quests? He's not gonna be like, oh, let me go and help out the dwarves, right? Like, that's more of an Atreus thing, who's still young, who still wants to do good by the people of the Norse pantheon, right?
Yeah, I could see Kratos kind of saying like, I don't want to be in your way or something like that, or I'll leave this to you.
Yeah.
So that kind of makes sense to me.
Yeah.
My last thing was just to touch on like the show. Do you watch The Boys?
I need to catch up with season 2. I've been seeing scenes now of oh my god, that show's disgusting, but I fucking love it. Like, at least the first one, and I heard the second season's even better.
Second season is wacky as fuck.
Dude, I mean, a guy gets inside another guy's guy,
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about it, but I saw something else trending about hero gasm. Like, what the fuck is going on in that show? What is what's happening?
I mean, they really hyped that up. It wasn't as crazy as I thought it was. It was a very good episode. No spoilers. There was a huge fight in there that went down, and that just kind of made me think about like how Ragnarok. Ragnarok. God of War could be done in general. If you have the right writers for the show. And I thought I heard something about the writers for God of War 2018 being involved in the show. I'm not sure.
In The Boys?
But yeah, no. In the God of War show. Like,
I'm sure they'll be consultant. We don't really know much about the live action God of War show yet. Sadly, it's pretty much confirmed, but we don't really know any details. I'm sure it's gonna be very similar to The Last of Us on HBO. I'm sure they're gonna bring in Corey, and he's gonna get to direct an episode or something, and the writers might be working on that. I hope they do. I really do. But it's not confirmed yet.
Yeah. And I guess that was just pretty much it. Like the rest of you guys, I'm pretty excited, and I'm waiting to find out how Ragnarok goes. I don't think that the marketing really needs to. I mean, I know there's no marketing. I know it kind of sucks for us as fans, but I mean, this game has been on everybody's lips since it's been announced.
You belong to that side that thinks that it doesn't really need marketing. If they release it tomorrow, it's gonna sell millions of copies regardless.
Yeah, I mean, again, of course, I want marketing. I love a new trailer, but I mean, who's not gonna buy this game? It's gonna sell like hotcakes.
All right.
But that's pretty much my last thing. I also wondered if. I mean, I don't think we'll see a big change in Kratos. This is kind of random, but I remember tweeting Corey a while ago. What if Kratos embraced his godly powers instead of like shunning them away all the time? And he was kind of like, that might be something I want to explore in the future. So
wait, which one?
That'd be something.
Can you say that again? The Corey, what happened with Corey?
I tweeted Corey a while ago. I think it was at the time of 2018, and I'd asked him what like could he ever see himself exploring Kratos indulging in his godly powers, and really like maybe he kind of slips into it as he trains Atreus. I don't really see that happening. But
God of War 2 Kratos, like all out rage, destroying cities and stuff. Okay.
Maybe not so much raging, but just like really embracing his powers and being like, I could do this, just to show how gods could grow good, I guess.
I got you, yeah. I mean,
that'd be a really cool concept to see.
I could. I mean, if Corey said like it might be interesting, it might be interesting. You don't need my opinion if Corey kind of green-lit it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, that was pretty much all I wanted to touch on, and keep up the good work.
Thanks,
every time you tweet something or Corey tweets something, I'm like flying over to Twitter to see like what the hell's up. So.
Maybe not so much lately. I'm more of a. I've embraced more of a troll personality now. Like the things I tweet sometimes. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
we're all so desperate. I'm grasping at straws now. Like when you're gone, like for long periods of time off of Twitter, I'm like, I know he's fucking out there talking to Corey. Like they're gonna have him like hosting something special. Like I just know it. So I'm kind of like pinching at straws.
That's what happened when the September trailer thing happened, like a week, I want to say like a couple days after they got in contact with me. But no, it's right now, no. But then again, you're not going to believe me. So I'm not even going to bother you. And,
we don't trust you. We know you're in on it.
I know. See, it's impossible. Yeah. But yeah, dude, thank you so much.
Yeah, man, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, thank you for stopping by, dude.
All right. Have a good one, dude.
You too. All right. Austin, what's up, dude?
Hi, Kuba. How's it going today?
It's going good, man. You?
I'm all right. Almost done with the work day.
Okay.
Well, anyway, I wanted to ask you your opinion about my theory about what's going to happen with Mjolnir throughout the game.
Mjolnir? Okay. What do you think is
Yeah,
gonna happen?
because through whenever I played through through 2018 last, I've noticed that Mjolnir has been kind of betrayed as a weapon of oppression. So
Can you say that again? It has been what?
portrayed as
Oh,
like
okay.
a
Yeah,
tool of oppression.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah.
So
It's like the nuclear bomb. Yeah.
yeah. So what my idea was that could happen in this game is that whenever we face Thor for the final battle, and we kill him, is that we may not necessarily need to use Mjolnir as a weapon. Instead, because we took Thor down, and now Thor's hammer will not be used as a weapon of oppression and control by Odin, it's going to cause like a ripple effect throughout the realms that could cause a type of like uprising against Odin, causing Odin to lose control. Because Odin, I have a theory that Odin is just using Thor and Mjolnir as just as a tool
Another
for
puppet.
control.
Like he's controlling them. Yeah.
Yeah, and so what my idea was is that after Thor is dead and Odin loses that method of control, and these uprisings begin to happen, that's whenever Odin is going to panic and try to regain as much control as he can, and he may eventually capture either Kratos or Atreus, and I'm honestly leaning more towards Atreus for him to capture.
Okay.
And that's going to force Kratos to have to go after Odin, even though he doesn't necessarily want to go after Odin.
Hold on, I'm kind of confused with the theory. So you're saying Thor is gonna die, and then Odin's gonna have the hammer? Is that what you said?
No. What I'm going to say is that we are still going to have a hammer. What I'm saying is that Odin is going to lose the hammer, which is going to make him lose control.
The hammer is gonna make Odin lose control
of the oppression across the realms and these uprisings that I predict are going to happen.
Oh, because Thor no longer has the hammer, and that's like he doesn't really have a leverage anymore. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's honestly an interesting idea to include the hammer as part of the story, not just a weapon. I never thought about that, but yeah, you're right. Like the hammer is used as the big stick, like it's the big threat, and the giants, when you go to Jotunheim, says like as long as Thor is there with his hammer, like we can't go back or something like that. I never thought about that, but yeah, like maybe the hammer will play a bigger role in the story. I just don't. So what you're saying is we're gonna fight Thor in the beginning. He's gonna lose the hammer to Kratos and Atreus. Is that it? But he's not gonna die. Thor's not gonna die.
No. We are going to fight Thor later on in the game. I predict that we're going to kill Thor about 3/4 of the way through the game.
I don't know.
And that's whenever we get access.
No, like Mike said before, like they went out of their way to hire this super talented actor. It's gonna be weird if they just kill him halfway through. I'm still...
No. 3/4 of the way through, so like almost towards.
But we're talking about specifics here, like 3/4 in like 2 seconds. Well, my point is, I think Thor is gonna be like one of the final bosses. I see him as way too important of a character to be killed before that. I don't know. That's kind of my view on it, but maybe if we kill him earlier, it's the only way we'll get the hammer. It goes back to that problem of like, hey, do you want Thor to be a fully fledged out character, or do you want a cool weapon? I lean more towards the fully fledged character, right?
Yeah, and actually, what I've been thinking about how Mjolnir could be used if we do kill Thor 3/4 of the way through, My idea is that what they could do is because Brock and Sindri, they obviously feel horrible about creating
Creating
Mjolnir
it, yeah.
and killing everybody. So what if we bring the hammer to them and then they see an opportunity to change Mjolnir into a weapon of
Good.
into a brand new weapon of change and for being on the side of good and for bringing back hope.
I mean, it could, but I don't know. I think Thor's gonna kick our asses at the beginning of the game. There, I
Oh
don't,
yeah, I 100% agree
yeah,
with you
I
on
don't
that.
think he's gonna lose the weapon anytime soon. The only way I see us getting the weapon if there's some time travel shenanigans, because you're right, we do have to get the weapons relatively early in the game, so if we want to level it up, right? So
Well, yes, but Mjolnir says there is probably going to be a post game to this. Is
post-game weapon?
Oh yeah, well yeah. What I'm saying is that whenever we get Mjolnir, it will we can upgrade it whenever we have it, and we can upgrade it after, even further during the post game.
Right? No. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna put too much thought into the Mjolnir thing. I feel like they have to, but I just don't know. It's one of those topics that I really don't know. If you ask me how I would do it, the whole Mjolnir thing, is that we get it halfway through, but how we get it is not by killing Thor. It's by going to another timeline or something. A timeline where Thor is dead, and then we see the hammer and we pick it up. It sounds kind of cheesy, but it's just I'm giving you like the base theory. Like that's the only way I see us getting Mjolnir, right?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from, and that is a possibility.
Yeah.
And I do believe that time travel is going to be an important part of the
huge,
game.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Huge indeed.
Yeah, that's really all I wanted to discuss with you.
All right, man. That's awesome. Thank you for stopping by, man.
You're welcome.
All right.
Have a good one.
Have a good one, man.
All right. See you.
Because I'm only gonna do Soldier of Kratos if he's gonna come in this time, and Inner Chakra, and that's gonna be it for today, guys. Because my parents are coming back from Cuba, and I have to go visit them and stuff. So these are the last two, and then we'll end it, okay? And then I'll get to the super chats.
Hello.
Yo, what's up, man?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, all good, man. You?
Did you connect me before? I was like.
Yeah, I clicked on your name, but I don't think you accepted it. I don't know how this really works on the other end. You show your you request to talk, and then I click this little thing, invite to speak, and I clicked on it, but there might have been a glitch. Your name just didn't show up. Like you didn't appear.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's all good.
It's like the first thing I want to talk about is like gameplay. Like, do you think gameplay is more important than story?
I talked about this earlier. I think it's either one of these two. Okay, you know what? It's not either. This is how I see it. Okay, gameplay is more important, but not by much. Story has to be like right thereafter. It's not like a huge divide, because it's how I see it is that you could have good gameplay, but if there's not a proper context for you to engage with this gameplay, you're not gonna have fun. And it goes the other way around. If you have a good story, but not an engaging enough gameplay, you are not gonna have fun either way. Like with those two scenarios, I always end up quitting the game, right? So yeah, gameplay is more important, and I only say that because I play games that are only gameplay focused. To this day, I still play Rocket League. That game has no story, but I keep playing it because the game mechanics are so fun. But when you're doing a game with characters and stuff, that's when I say story has to be right there, right behind it.
Do you know, like, I played God of War just because I looked at the gameplay and I kind of liked it, but I never played the older games.
Oh, okay.
And then when I kept playing it, then like the story was kind of interesting, so that's why I started watching like your guys' videos, like John Ford and you.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of like mixed as well.
Like
Yeah, no,
I'm
it's-
excited about the story and like what happens, but like gameplay is like what got me into like playing in the first place. I
Yeah,
guess.
no, as it should. Yeah, I agree with you. It's
But
one
you
of.
know, like,
Go ahead, sorry.
but okay, yeah. I wanted to talk about like there's like some things that I don't like about the gameplay, which I like not like. God of War is not like a hack and slash game, right?
Which
It's like the newer one.
2018?
The
Yeah.
newer one.
Um,
I've been listening to like the game developers and stuff. They wanted the game to be like, okay, you go in there and you think about what's gonna happen. You're not
yeah,
just mashing stuff.
It's more deliberate. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, and you like if you play on harder difficulty, which I play all the time now, like the Give Me God of War one. It's like I'm like when I in the beginning of the game, you're thinking much more than the later game.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. Because
Yeah.
the game becomes easier, not harder.
Yeah. Exactly.
And
you
the
know
reason
what?
for
Yeah, go
and the
ahead.
reason for that is the runics are not balanced. The game
Yeah.
just the runics like this is what the game devs just got wrong. They didn't balance the runics. You can just keep spamming them.
Preach,
and
brother.
You don't
Preach. I agree with you 100%. It's the issue.
It's like this thing completely negated their whole game design. Like, why is the game becoming easier and not harder? I'm thinking way less. Like 50% of the game, I'm not even thinking that much.
Exactly, because you put on an armor that gives you
Yes,
fire-
also the RPG system. The
Yeah.
RPG system completely makes it even worse.
Yeah, 'cause
like
here's
just
an example.
make this.
An example is you put on I don't know what it's called, Muspelheim's armor or something, and what happens with that armor is that it has a chance of creating a fire barrier around you if an enemy hits you, right? Why the fuck is that a thing? Why do we need that? No, that takes away the challenge of you keeping track of all the enemies. Like you said, it's more fun at the beginning when you're underleveled and you're like, oh, I just got the axe, I got my fist, and that's it. I just have to figure this thing out.
But do you know when I started the Give Me God of War mode, I was consistently thinking, oh, I'm gonna trip this enemy, I'm gonna freeze this guy, and I'm gonna hit this guy with my
yeah,
and I'm gonna hit this guy with my fist. But during like the end game, I'm not even doing that. I'm just like spamming my thing,
That's what I
and
mean.
I'm doing some other thing. Like it just becomes the runic system is just so unbalanced. Like that's why it should not be rechargeable. It should be like a blue bar, just like you have your rage bar, health bar, and stuff.
I disagree on a lot of things that Under the Mayo said about the game. I disagree about the camera. I disagree about the story. The one thing he has completely convinced me of is the resource management. That's the one thing that I'm 100% on his side. Like,
I agree with that as well.
We need a way. We need a system that allows you to gain your health back within the combat, not randomly. Not like you kill an enemy and maybe you'll get rage, maybe you'll get magic, maybe
Also,
you'll get
your runics come back and your health comes back.
yeah,
as well.
the cooldown, exactly. Like the cooldown, and it needs like resource management. I agree with them 100% on that. If they do that, the game is gonna be 10 times better. They can keep the RPG stuff. I rather they didn't, but I know they will. But those two things, get rid of the cooldowns and the resource management. Those two things.
That's one problem with the game, and we already kind of talked about the RPG system. After thinking about it, like initially, it didn't bother me that much, but like it's actually really bad. It's just so bad.
Oh,
like,
dude, everybody in the chat hates you now.
The RPG system is like the worst thing in the game.
It
Like
doesn't
with the
go with it.
runic system,
It
the
doesn't go
runic
with
and the RPG system is the worst.
Look, how I see RPGs is that it makes sense for games like Elden Ring because you don't really have that much of a wide range of certain attacks, right? It's only like you're hitting R1 and R2, and like the attacks are pretty much the same, right? And the enemies mechanics wise are just pretty much big sponges. You can just go in and just put all of the stats in the enemies and kill them. But in a game like God of War that's mechanics focused, okay, it's got all that good stuff with the with the Leviathan axe, if you hit them on the knees, like they fall, right? You can freeze them, you can kick them and break them. Those are such interesting mechanics. But once you start leveling up your character, they become useless.
Just all
of
that goes away.
You become too OP. Yeah, I agree.
They should just have like 10 good armors that look good, and you can just upgrade through the whole game.
Yeah.
Like, why is like the beginning armor gets outdated after like 1 hour of play?
Yeah. No,
And then you just buy new armor, and that gets outdated as well.
That is one of those things that I'm more brave about saying. Like before, I was like, I don't want to say it because everybody seems to love it. But no, I've discovered, I've met more people that have the same mindset as well. And I'm like, no, I agree with you guys. It's true. Like these things need to be tweaked. Like this is not what God of War used to be. But yeah, like if it were up to me, no RPGs at all. Like if it were up to me.
And you know, some people complain about the camera as well. What's your thoughts about that? Personally, I'm so used to like third person, like using it through my controller, like Uncharted and I used to play Last of Us Factions a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just so used to like controlling the camera. So
I didn't have an issue with the camera.
Even in Souls games you have lock-on, right?
Yeah.
I never used that.
Oh, God of War, yeah, no, I never used it either.
I never use a lock-on. It's like I'm so used to it. But like, do you think that's like a problem they should fix, and like they should pull the camera a little bit out, or it's just good as is?
I like the camera. I think it's great. It makes it interesting. That's one of the things I don't understand Mayo when he talks about it, because he says you can't see the enemies. But to some extent,
personally, I didn't have that much problem with it as well. That's why I was like,
no, because you didn't have a problem with it because the game was designed like that. Atreus takes care of the enemies you don't see. So
and the thing is, I play on the hardest difficulty, and I barely have any problem. It's like once or two, like I would say 3 times in the whole game. But let's be honest, like the old games had the problem with the camera as well.
Oh yeah.
Why we're pretending that didn't have any problem?
Oh, definitely, yeah. Like the fixed camera angle has its pros, but it also has its cons. Like when you and God of War 1 has a lot of these issues. Like when you suddenly go to another room, like the camera does this hard ass shift,
you know what?
And it just confuses you, right?
And do you know, like one thing I was thinking about, if they actually did like a third person camera, how would you aim with your axe? That feature would just go away. Like it would not be as good as it actually is right now.
I think it could work, like it just make the zoom in faster, right? But I agree. The camera, I wouldn't touch it. I like it how it is. If they're gonna move back the camera, they definitely do.
No, I'm saying that if it was like the fixed camera, like in God of War 3 and stuff.
Oh yeah, no, that
then
really
how would
work.
you like aim the head and like aim the legs?
It would be like a lock on, like with Zeus's Thunderbolt or the bows in God of War 2 and 3. Like that's how it would work. But
and do you know, like this is like the thing I was thinking about like recently, just like PS4, like there's gonna be a PS4 version of Ragnarök, right?
Yeah.
Initially, I actually wanted the game to come on PS4 because it guarantees like the game is going to be on 60 FPS. Because I kind of like games like 60 FPS, so I like.
Oh, so you like it? You like the fact that it's a cross-gen game because on PS5 you're gonna get to play it on 60 FPS.
Yeah, it will be guaranteed essentially.
Right, yeah.
Because if it runs on PS4, then it's gonna be 60 FPS.
You and I have a lot of similarities in taste. Like I'm a big sucker for 60 FPS. Whenever I'm given the option, like, do you want graphics or better frame rate? Better frame rate all the way. Graphics are not that important to me. I want a smooth gameplay experience.
Yeah, I actually wanted that, and I still want that. Like I really want a 60 FPS option, which the PS5 would have. But like, apparently, like PS5 Pro is coming out in like a year or so. And I was thinking, if they actually made it like PS5 version, right? Okay. Just ground up, it would have been a much better looking game.
Yeah.
But we would have gotten 60 FPS option.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, the whole issue, like whether it should have gone to PS5 or cross-gen, I don't know, because yeah, like it has its pros and cons. So if it's cross-gen, you're guaranteed to have 60 FPS on the PS5, and the sales would go up. Like it's better for the series if it sells more, right?
Yeah.
But
I mean, they did the same thing with God of War 2 and 3.
But if they went only PS5, like you could have done a lot more things, I guess. Technical stuff, like better levels, like bigger stuff. But the frame rate would drop, I'm sure.
And I agree with art design is more important than graphics.
Which one?
Because art design is better than it's more important than graphics.
Of course, yeah.
Because if you look at From Software, I have criticism for their games, but one thing they do really good is art design.
Dude, what the fuck? Are you just copying everything I say? I have all of these same things. Yeah, the
no,
graphics...
I just think about these
From
things,
Software
and I was
graphics are not that good, but they have the best art design team ever.
Yeah, do you know Sea of River in Elden Ring? When I first saw it,
shut the fuck up. You are straight up copying me. I literally made a video about that, the Siofra River thing. I literally made it. Go ahead.
Why would I copy? It's like one of the best things in Elden Ring.
It's super beautiful, yeah.
Yeah, the blue sky and stuff.
Siofra Riverwell, yeah. It's beautiful, and how it's presented to the player is gorgeous as well.
Yeah.
It's this thing. It's not a cutscene. You descend in gameplay, and you get to see it. It's beautiful, yeah. Yeah, From Software games have beautiful art design. I love it.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, even though Elden Ring doesn't look that good, graphically, it's the art design is just so good.
Yeah.
And even Bloodborne and stuff, I still like the gothic city and stuff.
You like the environments, yeah. I agree with
and that's why I'm saying, if you do art design, in 10 years, the graphics not gonna look good. But the art design would still
Exactly, yeah. Graphics age, art design doesn't. God of War 2, in my opinion, still looks great because I love the environments and how it looks. But yeah, I'm actually gonna let Inner Chakra in real quick because I've been doing this for 4 hours now. Okay, but it was nice meeting you, dude. It was. I'm glad there's someone like me out there.
It's okay, yeah.
Yeah, take it easy, man.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye, have a nice day. Yeah?
You too. Alright, Inner Chakra, you are the last one. You're the chosen one. What's up, man? Is he gonna have a glitch too? Ugh. Elden Ring lighting is pretty dark. I'm not really talking about the lighting itself. It's just the art style, the environments and stuff.
Okay,
there?
Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up, man?
Oh, what's up, bro? All right, so I just got a couple things. First, I'm happy you're still streaming because I woke up from a nap and that was 2 hours ago.
Okay.
And I was for sure I missed it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
I honestly did not expect that many people to show up. I lost sleep yesterday. I thought I was gonna be really embarrassed. No one would show up because I didn't give you guys enough notice. But everybody just showed up afterwards. So what's up, man? How you doing?
It's all good. What's up, bro? But the last time you did one of these, I wrote something down, but I forgot. And I'm not sure if you made a video on it. But did you ever see that Tyr discovered the Norse realm, and he was the one that actually brought it together, and I guess Odin and Thor, well, the way they're doing it in the God of War universe, it seems like Tyr may have founded the Norse universe, and Odin and Thor may have strong armed it from him.
That's one of my recent theories. Wait, hold on. God of War, what is this? God of War Ragnarok collectors and pre-orders coming. What the fuck happened? What just happened? Hold on.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I saw next X9's video, and it says God of War Ragnarok collectors and pre-order coming. What? Let me go to Twitter real quick. Give me a sec. Give me just a sec.
Holy cow!
What just happened? What? Oh my God! Santa Monica gave me a heart attack. They made a post, but it's not about that. Ugh. It's bring your dog to work day. Please post pictures of your puppers to get us through this Friday. Screw you, Santa Monica. After seeing that thumbnail, what? Did they just randomly come out and say something? All right. What were you saying? The video about Tyr or something?
Oh yeah, you made one about it, about Tyr discovering the
yeah, it's
the North World?
I think it's this one. Where does Tyr come from? It's I think what you're talking about is whether Tyr was the original king of the gods in the Norse pantheon. Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. I did that 4 months ago. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, that when I came across that bit of information, that was really interesting. I was wondering if Santa Monica had a flashback.
Did you hear from Jason Crawford or something? He mentioned it in the reaction video.
I think that may have been somebody else that I heard speak on it, and then I went and researched it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that I feel like that could be something very big that we find out in the next game for sure.
Oh yeah, I would love it if Tyr was like the OG like king of the gods, and he just chose a more peaceful path, and then Odin just kind of took over, and as a result, like
He kind of has that look.
Huh?
Tyr kind of has that. Tyr kind of has that look, like visually to him, that he's like what's the word? I guess he kind of looks like a nomad in a way. Like you know, he's done a lot of traveling. You know.
Yeah, I mean every Norse god kind of looks like a homeless dude. Look at freaking Baldur, man. He looks like a meth addict. But and apparently Odin is not gonna be like dressed like in king's robes. Like he's gonna be like a guy with an old dude with a stick. I feel like that's how I picture him. Like that's how I imagine him. Just a guy walking with a cane.
Yeah, honestly, I imagine him as looking like someone that'll be real good at chess back there.
Yeah.
And the other thing was, I just want to thank you for responding to Under the Mail, because I mean, I can appreciate his thoughts on, especially the resources and stuff like that. But certain stuff, you could just tell it was just like, do you really not like this part of the game, or is it something else?
I'm really glad I had that talk with him, because I just think there's a lot of misunderstanding with him.
Mm-hmm.
In the conversation he had with me, I think it's at minute 59, he kind of explains the problem he has with the people who watches his video. He's like, no, dude, God of War 2018 feels amazing. I love using the cleave attack. I love using all of those things when you throw the axe at the knees and they fall over. All of that is good. I'm just talking about the things that support those systems. Like, oh, I get you, dude. I totally understand.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're much more similar than you think, and that's the trouble he has with people. He doesn't really convey that information properly, or people are just not listening, because people people just want other people to talk good about their favorite games. But no game is perfect, you know. I love God of War 2018, but it needs some things need to be changed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I agreed about the variety of bosses and just like how you and the other guy were just talking about the RPG elements were they were cool, like you said. It was cool in the beginning of the game, but I remember when I unlocked the Breath of Time War, it literally got to a point where I just knew that if I was able to use that move, I wouldn't die.
Oh no, I make it my goal every time I play not to use that thing. I don't. No, it's stupid. Don't add that in. It's stupid.
Yeah, that was man.
Yeah.
But other than that, 2018 I feel like it's the best God of War.
Oh, okay. All right, okay. I cannot go back and forth. When it comes to God of War 1, 2, 3, and 4, I'm like, I don't even know which one's the best, to be honest with you. I'll be honest, right now I lean more towards God of War 1, like the original one. Like if I'm talking about it objectively. But I might do like a ranking after the game comes out. Like
and I can understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can understand why anyone would say God of War 1 is still the best one.
Yeah. Even Corey, he's like, Corey said in an interview, like, I still have that thing, you know, like, is it better than the original one? Even he knows that, God of War 1 it's a behemoth when it comes to that, because it's got story. It's got 3 bosses, but they're 3 good bosses, right? It's got the right amount of puzzles. It's like it's fair, you know. It's beautiful, right? So
yeah, I still remember being in like 6th grade, not able to figure out how to get out of the room, and when you get to Athens, and you have to shoot the bow into the doors to break it. I couldn't figure that out when I was a kid for some reason. I was just standing there like, what am I supposed to do? Like I have no idea what to do. But yeah,
something I've realized now that I was gonna share this in the ranking whenever I do it is that some game flaws you see them more the more you play the game, but some other game flaws you kind of forget about them because you get used to them, right? And I think one of the biggest issues God of War 2 has is that it has a lot of puzzles. Like, when it comes to the pacing of the puzzles, it's like one after the other. And if you guys play the game again, you will see that. It's like one puzzle after the other. And I'm not remembering that because I know how to solve all of these puzzles, right? But I'm sure when I first played the game, it was a pain in the ass having to figure out all of these things, right? So... Yeah. Anyway.
But yeah, I won't take up too much of your time, man. I know you've been on for a long time, but I appreciate getting to talk to you, bro.
It's all good, man. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, I'm gonna end it here, guys. I mean, I'm gonna end it. Thanks again, Sinner Chakra. Take it easy, okay?
You too, bro.
Bye. All right, let me exit and then. No, just exiting quietly. What does that even mean? Exiting quietly? Like I'm just like getting away from the conversation. All right, let me go to my the super chats real quick. I'm sorry for not getting to it sooner, guys. All right, let's see. Yusuf Mohammed, thanks for letting me talk. You are awesome. Hope you. I'm really gassy, even though I haven't eaten anything. Hope the rest of the stream goes well and you have a great weekend. Thank you so much, Yusuf. I really do appreciate it. I love talking to you for a little bit. Sean Glyden, thank you so much for the super sticker, man. Alan M, thank you for that delicious cartoonish banana, dude. You gotta keep the memberships. I want to keep my 2-year badge. That was Daniel. Hey, guys, it's time for me to say if you want to join Kuba's Discord server, support him, hit that join button. Daniel's just amazing. Daniel's just super cool. Like, this guy gives his money so other people... to remind other people to support me, or in this case, he gave out money so people would try out my memberships. I didn't even know that was a thing. So Daniel, dude, thank you so much. You are a pillar in this channel. Like, I don't even know how I would do this without you, man. Look, the only reason I want the release date for God of War Ragnarök is just so I can book the week off work to play it. Haha, I don't have that issue. We will see something about God of War when they show it whenever. I just hate all of these leakers hyping people up for disappointment. Yeah, I feel the same way, but the current leaker has a track record of just nailing it every time, but I'm not as excited as I used to be a couple months ago. Like, I'm definitely with you now that I just don't really pay too much attention to that. Dude, I hope that we fight Thor and it hits us with his belly at least once. I think we've talked about this, Young G, but I agree with you. I would like to see that, not in a comical way or anything. Hold on, my wife's alarm is going off. But I hope it's something more serious, but still kind of funny. Like, you know, you punch Thor in his stomach and it does nothing. It just sinks into his stomach and he laughs, and then he backslaps Kratos or something. Like, that would be sick. Kuba, ask him what he would have to do in order for Atreus to redeem himself for Mayo. What Atreus would have to do so Mayo give Atreus a chance. I don't think... Look, Mayo is one of my new buddies now. I'll be honest with you. Mayo is like one of my new YouTuber buddies. I don't think he's going to like Atreus regardless. He did say that he wanted Atreus to be older or something. That's the only way Mayo would want to see Atreus. Hey, Ghost Rider. How's it going, man? The Mark Reaper just sent $4 with... That made it sound like the Mark Reaper just sent $4. No, I just meant to say, like, the Mark Reaper just sent crying emoji. I don't know why. I don't know why. Key JX, do you think Mimir will give more storytelling on Ragnarök? Because I love them. Some story not true. Some story not true, but it's very good. I'm not getting that last part. Some stories not true, but it's very good. I do think he's still gonna be kind of like the narrator. He's gonna be telling us like Norse tales and stuff. What's interesting about that is that Midgard and all the other realms have to expand. We need to go to different areas. And in Alfheim, Mimir actually doesn't know that there's an underground section. Like, if you go after the game ends with Mimir, he's gonna be like, huh, I didn't know that was here. Like, we need Mimir to go with us at all times, right? And there's gonna be different areas, and I'm sure he's gonna be talking about them nonstop. Damn, 480 people watching. Cough, everyone hit that join button to support Captain. It's Daniel again. It's fucking Daniel again. Did you guys also know that Captain Kuba secretly works for Santa Monica Studios? He was able to get me a copy of God of War Ragnarök. Oh my god, you're right. Like, Daniel, where is he? He's always here saying that he's playing God of War Ragnarök. Of course it's fake, but I don't know how he does it, to be honest. Oh, it's another one. Hey, did you know that you can support Kaptain by pressing that join button? That becomes one of his members. You didn't? Lads, you're missing out by not supporting. Oh, dude, it's getting like it's too much now. It's stop it. User says, "Hi Kuba, I finally got all the platinum trophies for God of War and all the PlayStation consoles with trophies. All I have to say is, pain. Also, gotta get back to work." Take it easy, man. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, these are older videos now. Oh my god, I'm just reading old super chats now. What is? Oh my god. Okay, I've been reading like all of these super chats. They're not. I've taken. That's why they sounded somewhat similar. Anyway, oh, my ears hurt. Whew. Okay. Let me just say my goodbyes. Okay. This has been fun. Like I said in one of the talks I had, I did not expect that many people to show up, either in the chat or in the Discord. So thank you guys so much for watching. All I wanted for this was to just have some fun with you guys, because I haven't done one of these in a while, and I had a lot of fun. Okay, it was super fun just getting to talk God of War again with the fans of the series. So it was really good. So I'm glad a lot of people showed up. We will definitely do more of these if they show the game on Thursday, the 30th. Yeah, apparently that's when they're gonna show the game. So we'll do one of these things again. What I'll do is I'll react to the state of play, and then I'll do another members hangout. We can get to talk. I'm sure there's gonna be a ton of people then. It's gonna be crazy. But yeah, thank you so much. Oh, I can't talk, man. I'm drained right now. I'm fucking drained. But I'll see you guys later. Until then, remember, go forth in the name of Ragnarök.